Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Oh god, am I peeking? Hold on. How are you doing? Hopefully I didn't blow y'all's ears out. I felt like I accidentally moved the volume knob at some point. Hey Ratty, hey Star, how you doing? Focus. Let's reset this back down to standard. Oh yeah, no, we definitely hit it. Alright, that should be better now. How's that? That should be a little better. We're no longer peaking the mic. Let's go! That's one of the issues of having the sound system like literally right there, is that sometimes I bump into it. Hey Ludo, welcome in! I knew it was going to be an art stream, so I was like, you know who's going to show up? Ludo. We haven't seen her in a while, but I think you would get along really well with Silly. Silly was also a very talented artist that stopped by, but I think she was having issues with school, so she hasn't stopped by in a hot while. But hopefully they'll swing back around when their time allows and y'all can meet. But yeah, welcome in. I appreciate y'all's patience and understanding for not having stream yesterday. It was rough. It was the combination of the D&D with a very fun and exciting collab, but the issue with that was that my voice was essentially gone. Which lore drop? It's been a hot minute, Star. Playing Ark again? Hell yeah, Ratty. I'd like a meter. Yeah, no. I always want y'all to, you know, get along with each other. It gives it a certain kind of implication. But in the sense of, like, get to know everybody. And there were just some members of the community that kind of stopped by every once in a while. Well, you were playing a game with someone and it was quite a while ago. I probably did eventually. If I was collaborating, I don't... Unfortunately, there isn't a button for me to push that's just like, hey, turn these specific off when I'm collaborating and these specific on when I'm collaborating. Lore drop is one of those ones where if it's just us, I will do that immediately. I love talking about the lore and all that other kind of stuff. But and you know what I could do, Star? How about we let's do another one. Let's just do a lore drop. I think I add something to it. Ooh, Ratty, what are you gonna add to it? What are you gonna add? Well, I look up to see if I wrote anything down previously for this lore drop that we're about to do. There's Inosaurus. Ooh, can't imagine why you would want that one. You got it. Let's see here. Boo. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So we have a couple of them actually. There is Xenosaurus, or like what we like to call it, the tickle monster, because of Ark. The Ark, when the Therizinosaurus attacks you, they just kind of like do the little tickle motion at you, and it does like 57,000 damage. Let's see here. Lore. Why does that one feel like? Why does that lore little inner sound like I've done it before? Wait, have you heard of the Resident Evil Director's Cut basement theme? No. Very specific. But no. No, the Resident Evil Director's Cut basement theme. Do I want to know? When it comes to Resident Evil, it varies. It's either gonna be a bop or it is horrible. It's bad. Oh no! Is it from the new Resident Evil 9? If so, that's unfortunate. We can come up with a better lore video or lore than that. Look it up on stream. I need the live reaction. It's that bad? Okay. All right. 1 second. Let's see here. Alright, let's see. We're gonna do, what was it? It was Resident Evil Director's Cut basement theme. Oh, it's only a minute. Yeah, let's look at this. Oh, the first note already a problem. So this is what we're gonna do. We are gonna turn on. We're gonna turn off the music temporarily. Then we're going to display capture on in the desktop audio. So now you'll hear everything that I hear, which is why I turned the sound off, or else it would be doubling up on y'all. All right, live reaction, Resident Evil Director's Cut. Let's go. Oh my God. Is a cat walking on a piano? Here, I'm turning it up for y'all. What is this? This sounds like a room full of adults in like a Charlie Brown episode. Like, what the actual hell am I listening to? That checks. That checks. This honestly gives me hope. I don't know. We'll finish it. We'll finish it. Wild. Wild. All right. Get this, and then music back on. Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. That weirdly, Bad Gaming Music is one of my favorite YouTube rabbit holes to go down. I can see why, but it honestly gives me so much hope. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm like this. I look at something like that and being like, I could do better. Like, weird. It's kind of like the opposite effect if you see something that's like that's like amazing and beautiful and inspiring in such all the good ways, but then there's that part of you that's just like, oh, I don't want to attempt my own thing because I know I couldn't come up to that level. This is kind of doing the opposite for me, where I'm like, I could do better. So it's somehow like weirdly motivating, where I just listen. Honestly, it's not a bad strat if you want to like improve. Like, if you need motivation to go like do something, just listen to something that you know you could do better with, and then just put it in the background. That was making the music thought that this kind of music would fit the game more than the older music. Really? Well, I also need to remember, like, someone put in work into that. I was gonna say hard work. They put in work into that. Yeah, no, I honestly think y'all could make better music than that. I really do. I think every one of you could. I know you said you couldn't, Ludo, but I challenge you. I would still think it'd probably be better. However, you know, also the lore behind the track was the guy who composed the music pretended to be deaf. What? What do you mean? He composed the music pretending to be deaf? It sounds like someone was walking on the piano. It didn't have any kind of rhythm as far as I could tell. Well, I guess walking would imply rhythm to a certain degree. It's just like the notes wouldn't be, I don't know, synergistic? I don't know what the exact terminology would be. But, I think overall, the vibe is like theme of stumbling around drunk. Right. Well, that's not what I gathered from it. There is kind of like there is, I don't know again, I don't have a music background, so terminologies escape me. And the terminology that I do know often escape me. Lag over the bouts. No, there is kind of a musical score that would give the impression of, you know, the world spinning or the chaos of not being able to fully understand it. Yeah. Playing the instrument drunk, yeah. that's more akin to it. Even then, I still think someone drunk would probably still better. Reddy uses all their points to pet Mama Toto. I do plan on eventually making our own special like Pet Mama Dodo, so it's not the GIF is fun, it's fine, but like one where it's a lot more responsive. In particular, there's one what I want to do is that the more that you redeem the pet, the more like hands show up. Like it's able to see that the other one is currently going, so that it brings out a new hand and it just goes down that road up at like 6,000 points. What am I doing? I mean, you might be waiting for a costume redeem, or, you know, granted, I really need to catch up on those. There's a lot of just art stuff that I need to catch up on in the first place. Because if I'm going to incentivize y'all with y'all spending your points on new costumes, it's probably a good idea to actually do them. Because I look at all these costumes and I'm like, oh, Idealist, you said you were thinking like, oh, you could do one a week. In case Dino sound drops one day. Oh, like a T-Rex roar or something like that. Oh, we did have a T-Rex roar at one point. But it was too jarring. was the community vote. They're like, hey, that kind of sucks. Because you're just having a nice chill art stream and then just a T-Rex roar randomly. Because like, as far as outfit redeems, I mean, there is that new one for Fallout Mama Dodo. We did that. Yeah, I suggested a T-Rex roar that exploded everyone's eardrums. To be fair, that's also on me, in the sense of like I didn't have it properly, the sound properly there. I think that was also before I realized what my computer was doing to my mic. Which was like, it was throttling the sound so that all the sound alerts were especially loud compared to my voice. So when the sound alerts came through, it really did break everyone's ears. I've been playing Super Mario Bros. Wii and official Nintendo hardware. Congrats. I was the ball. Oh man. But yeah, so today we're gonna be doing some art, and we're gonna be. I'll send out the magma code for people as well, and you know, the blah blah blah. Follow TOS, keep it PG-13 warning to everybody, and we're gonna also work on some art stuff as well. I have quite a few things that I could work on, and should work on. One of them could be a Mama Dodo redeem, or costume redeem. Because honestly, the first one on the list is Dapper. And I want to say Dapper Mama Dodo is honestly a year old at this point. But we've gotten pretty good as far as animating. So Dapper Mama Dodo is no longer not a fever dream, but a dream. Because we have, and I think one of these is your star, if I remember correctly. We have Dapper Mama Dodo with the Greatest Showman suit. We have a Melon Redeem. We have a Minecraft Creeper. We have Anniversary. Oh my god, we have Anniversary Mama Dodo. That was for last year's anniversary. It's fine. Fridge Mama Dodo, where it opens up and then Pie Mama Dodo's inside. Evil Mama Dodo with inverted colors and devil horns. Cyborg Mama Dodo. Dodo Dragon Hybrid. Walter Wright Mama Dodo, Astronomer Mama Dodo from Look Outside, Hornet Mama Dodo, where Hornet is holding Mama Dodo and talking, squeezing too tight. That was actually pretty good. I really like that one too. Not that the other ones are bad by any means. I don't know if I told you about it, but I wanted to cut my hair. Did a couple days ago. Ooh! Congrats, Ludo! I know cutting your hair in a new way can be scary sometimes, so I'm very proud of you taking the leap. And I'm glad that it turned out really, really well for you. That's awesome. Sock Puppet Mama Dodo, Xenomorph Queen Mama Dodo, Horseshoe Crab Mama Dodo, Meme Dodo, aka Mama Dodo that are like encapsulates some memes, and then Follow Mama Dodo. You got a long mullet? Hell yeah! Listen, I'm kind of a fan of the mullet. I'm gonna be so real because, like, I don't know, something about it. Oh right, we should probably think of lore. What would be a good lore? The one that I've written down is kind of, it's kind of meh. So I'm trying to think, because there was one where I was just like, oh, that would make a really good redeem, and then I proceed to not write it down because I like to make my life difficult. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a solid one. It's not bad. It's a bit short, but you know, it's something. Idealist has lost one of his arms during the war, and it has been replaced with miasma, or like a miasma bone arm, essentially. And for those that don't know, and then on top of that, I'll tell you that the way he lost his arm is that he was eaten. Piranha! Welcome in! How are you doing? I had a very curly hair before, and mullet is nice. I can see around better. Hell yeah! Well, that's awesome, Ludo. I'm excited for you. I really am. How are you doing, Piranha? Good, good. I like you came in almost like what was the one on Teenage Mutant Hunger Force with the banana hand? It was like, tonight, you, and he's like, hey, what did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? Oh gosh, maybe I'm dating myself a bit. Teenage Mutant, what is it? Teenage Mutant Hunger Force? I'm saying it wrong. There's something wrong with that statement. I can't think of it though, but it was an Adult Swim cartoon, and it was weird. I saw someone cool and immediately thought of you. Oh, thank you. I'll take the compliment. Who did you see? Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Thank you, Ratty. Teen Aqua. That was close, Prada. You were really close. Aqua Teen Hunger Force was the name of it. Yes, that was it. With the banana hand episode where he was just like, tonight, you, and he's just like, hey, what did that dog mean by that? And they're like, what are you talking about? The dog isn't talking. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a dog. And he's just like, I'm not crazy. Yeah, honestly, hey Estrella, welcome in. How you doing? Afternoon. Yeah, no, it's that show. I don't think it aged well. I don't think Aqua Teen Hunger Force aged very well, but I don't know. I haven't seen it in a long time. It was just kind of one of those things where you would put up Cartoon Network in the background so I could study and have it just going on. It's very good, like, background noise. And there's a doing right, a very itchy with autoimmune. No. I'm so sorry. Is it spring allergies? Oh no, well, you said autoimmune. So that kind of answers my question. Well, I'm sorry you're struggling with that. I hope it becomes less itchy for you. TTRPG. Ooh, what are you making? What are you making? That sounds interesting as hell. Already forgot their name, but they had summons, some sort. That's why. Yeah. What can I say? I'm a summon nerd. I was gonna say a different word. I like having little guys, including in PoE 2. One of my favorite builds, the first one that got me into the game, was there's the things called spectrals, where you actually use a skill slot to take an enemy, like spirit, and then you get to just bring them out, and then they use their abilities for you. And it's a weird build, but man, is it super fun, and I love it. I absolutely love it. No, it's stress exacerbated Hashimoto's and hives. Got you. Well, I hope that this nice chill stream will kind of relax the nerves a little bit, so that can kind of calm down a bit. Danny Phantom base system. All right, have a good one, Star. Nice seeing you again. Welcome back in. Hope to see you again soon. Have a good day. They have to be floating dino skulls surrounded by miasma. You need to tell me where the fuck this person is. You need to tell me who this person is. As soon as you get a name, I want a name. All right, I want a damn name. I am suing for license. I'm just kidding. But I do want to check them out because listen, I'm in a niche here. There's a lack of inspiration where I'm going into. So seeing other people do some similar shit is important to me, so that I could get some inspiration. They're swapping out the skulls with their own, so it's stuck. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, once you get the note, that's awesome. But seriously, wait, hold on. But going back around, what is a Danny Phantom base system? First of all, awesome. Love it. Danny Phantom, amazing show. If you haven't seen it, highly recommend it. It's a cartoon, and one of the reasons why I definitely had a crush on, what's her name? Is it Gwen? What was the goth chick in Danny Phantom? I had the biggest crush on her, dude. I mean, I look at the kind of girls that I like, and then I see like Teen Titans with like Raven and Danny Phantom, and I'm just like, started to connect the dots. Because they hit right when I was in high school. It was right in my age group. I was just like, well, shit. Sam, that's right, Sam. Basically extending the canon and ghost biology into a structured system. Oh, that's so cool. Hold on. There's graphic novels? Hold up. Oh, Starfire is great. Don't get me wrong. Starfire is great, but I could not pay attention to Starfire when Raven's right there. Like, I'm so real. I'm so real with y'all. I couldn't. There's no way. There's a, and they're good graphic novels? Ooh. Got you. But I'm still gonna look it up. Graphic novel, Danny Phantom. A glitch in time, huh? All right. Oh, okay. I thought you were implying something. I was like, oh, wink, and you're like, no, what? Wink. What? Why is he winking at me? But no, that's awesome. I love applying realistic biology, like just kind of like what is it called? What's it called? There's a terminology for experimental biology. There's a specific term for biology of fantasy creatures. Speculative, thank you. Speculative biology. I'm a huge fan of speculative biology, so that is awesome. I would love to know more about it. I'm so real with you. But yeah, well, actually one of the things with Danny Phantom that I found was interesting, it was, I don't know if it was like a video or something, but it was a discussion about how Danny Phantom is very transcoded. And I was just like, huh, I didn't get that All Tomorrows is peak speculative. Yeah, All Tomorrows is a really good example of it. I also have like a book of it's like an anatomy book of fantasy creatures. For it had like angels and mermaids and all these other kind of like things of just like creatures that if they did exist, how would their bodies function? And it's so good. And I know the writers also made a book about speculative dinosaurs. I need to buy it. Ooh, yeah, let me know how that one is. But I was gonna say, like, it was apparently very transcoded, and I was just like, I didn't get that growing up. Granted, at the time, it's not like I was paying attention to it. But then, like, even like Danny's, what was like identical? It's like not twin, but you know, the piece of Danny that came out was a girl, and I was just like, oh, that's right, it was, and I never clocked that before. Honestly, Piranha, it's worth the watch. His clone's female. Exactly. Yeah, I was just like, oh, and there's like all these other kind of hints too, and I was just like, oh, now that you point them out, that is very coded. Like, that's so cool. Like, that's so good. And like, the, you know, the show's all about, you know, hiding a particular side of himself from family and persecution, and I was just like, oh, this is very coded. Like, the more and more I looked at it, I was like, damn. But it's very good. It's a very good show. Season 3 goes off the rails a bit, and Phantom Planet didn't happen, but the Ultimate Enemy special, existential as heck. Ultimate Enemy special. We need to watch that. Existential. Ultimate Enemy. Ultimate Enemy. Ultimate Enemy. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I remember him. Adult Danny? Yeah. I remember all this. Yeah, like the effects of like how everyone kind of turns out. So good. Show up in graphic novels? Hell yeah. No, that's definitely now on my radar. That's so good. But yeah, I highly recommend watching the show if you haven't already. If you have watched it, be like me and just watch it again. Well, that's another one of the things I've looked up. I've tried to look up a lot as far as just like on Twitch. Can we watch shows? Can we watch cartoons as we draw? And the synopsis seems to be no. But then, like, twice now, I've seen people on Twitch watch things I didn't think you should be, like, I didn't think was allowed to watch on Twitch. And I'm just like, is it allowed or is it not allowed? I still don't really know. I still don't really know. Like, I saw, like, for some people it was YouTube videos they were watching on Twitch, and then another one I saw they were watching Netflix stuff on Twitch, and I'm just like, okay, so is this something that people could do or not? Because I would love to be able to just pull up gray area. That seems to be the case. From what I'm gathering, it's like it's technically not allowed, but you're not gonna get in trouble for it. It might be one of those where it's just like technically no. I watched all of Bridgerton season 2 with friends on Twitch, super confused. Yeah, like, I don't know. I really don't. Every time I look it up, it's like there's a difference between looking it up and what people are saying and actually watching Twitch. And I'm just like, okay, so which one am I going to believe? I'll post my theater development Tumblr in the Discord. Yeah! Open up a Discord or the project soonish. Yeah, please, 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 please. Yes. Hey, let me know if you when you open up the Discord. I wanna be in that. I heard a streamer said it was okay as long as you didn't make VOD. Yeah. But yeah, no, So as long as you don't make a VOD, it might be that be the case where it's just like, oh, live stream, they're not going to get you, but VOD, you can't. But the problem is we make VODs, right? The issue, and I think that might be the key here, is that like, oh, you don't have a VOD, or you make sure that you cut that part out, or maybe it could be one of those things where it's live streamed to y'all, but in the recording, similar to the audio, like I still haven't figured out the audio yet, where the music isn't transferred to the VOD, so then we can have like actual good music that would get us flagged on YouTube. It's like, okay, cool, it's just not there, without having to do like extra work. So if we do something similar where it's just like, cool, this particular thing isn't going to be captured on the video side of stuff on the VOD, and it's just kind of like a blank screen, or maybe even like a different kind of screen that's just like removed for YouTube copyright or whatever, but everything else is still kind of like there and we're still talking about it. It could also just be one of those things too, where it's like you could watch stuff, but you can't just watch it and then like not say anything about it. Like it's one of those things where it's more of a react channel vibe to it, where it's that little gray area where as long as you are responding, reacting, and adding to your own stuff to it, it is allowed. It's gray. I don't know. It might be one of those things where we just kind of do it and then see if we get in trouble. Transformative content. And don't get me wrong, I definitely don't want to become like a React Andy. I am not a React Andy. First of all, I don't think I'd be good at it. Second of all, I don't like that kind of, that's not what I want to give to the world. You know what I mean? You know? But in this case where it's just like just having something in the background as we do art, which is why I like the whole magma thing, because then it's like you're watching, you're able to do art while I do art. But I would also like to have the thing where we would have we're all doing art and then also watching old 90s like or early 2000s cartoons, because the Sunday Chill Day, for those that don't know the beginnings of it, before I even streamed, this was like back in like 2020, 2021. I was out of work and I was having difficulty being consistent with my socialization, and I also wanted to work on like getting better with art. It was definitely a period in my life where I was just like, I want to really try to improve in the way of being a person I want to be. And one of those things was every Sunday I would go into Discord with friends and I would live stream Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and not Gumball, Chowder and Gravity Falls and like all these other like cartoons, and have streamed that in the Discord while drawing for like hours. And I really liked it. I really liked doing it. And so that's the beginning of what Sunday Chill Day was. And then I stopped doing it because I started working and started getting burned out, and there was less of me that. Last live October 18th. Yeah, I have consistency. I mean, that's how I feel. That's how I feel a lot with my short form content. I haven't done any short form in like 3 months, but that's because we changed up the way we did VODs, and the way I did my short form was it was synergistic with the old way I did it, and when I changed it, I didn't know where to put it. I don't know how to make the short form with the new way of doing about it, because the whole point of the new way of doing the VODs is that it doesn't take a lot of, I'm not combing through it. If I'm not combing through it, how am I making shorts? How am I making short form content if I'm not combing through it? So anyway, that's a whole other problem. But consistency, yeah, that's a Whew. That's the thing. But yeah, so I would love to be able on Sunday chill days get that back, where we just being like, oh hey, don't worry guys, I have my Chowder DVD here. We're gonna watch some Chowder today as we do some art and like do stuff like that. But I would have to, I just don't know. A part of me just wants to be like, do it, and then if you get in trouble, take it down and or stop. Or do I do even more research to try to get to the bottom of it? I don't know. But who knows? Hopefully by next week. I'm also kind of tempted to do it this one. I'm not gonna be so real with y'all. That would a good back-to-back Chowder session sounds really good right about now. Okay. This sounds like a really bad idea, but this is what I'm gonna do. I am also, this time next week, I'll be getting ready for my vacation to Paris. Ooh, congratulations! I hope you have a whole lot of fun. Any plans in Paris? You don't have to be specific if you want to, if you don't want to. I know some people are a little more hesitant on sharing plans when going to foreign countries, especially on a public space, which is absolutely fine. I knew it. I was gonna say, Reddy, are you going to a museum? If you would be so kind, I would love to see pictures. If you wouldn't mind taking them and sharing them. You don't have to do it like day of or anything like that, but when you get back, and you're free to edit yourself out if you're in it in any of them. But yes, I would love pictures. I would love to see them. That'd be great. All right, this is what we're gonna do. I am going to put a poll on. I'm gonna do a poll, and this poll is gonna be what where's the poll? Did they take away my poll? How dare you? They took away my poll. There we go. Manage poll. Here we go. New poll. Should we test out watching something today or next week? Today, F it, we ball, or next week, let's make sure we, next week, cautious, parentheses, 1 minute. All right, I'll let the community decide. Should we watch something along with everything? We could potentially get in trouble for it, but it would be our first flag. And as far as all the things that I do, from what I could tell, the first flag is usually okay. It's usually just like, hey, don't do this again, and then I'm like, oops, I'm so sorry, because it's not clear. Even in the TOS, I don't get it. So, yeah, I think it might be just something where, it just might be one of those things where it's just specifically the VOD stuff, where it's like live, you can do it, but just if you can't record your own thing and then claim it to be yours, and then versus a live reaction kind of deal, it's fine. So, we'll see. And the winner is, oh y'all, you tied it, you sons of a bitches. Okay. The person that you mentioned is a cryptid. Oh, that's so good. Oh, dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I want to check them out. All right. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to give y'all. Oh, let me check them out. Let me check them out real quick. Actually, before I check them out, this is what we're gonna do. I am going to give y'all the link to the magma. First, let's turn on the let people. Boop. Magma rules: respect TOS and keep it PG-13. We are going to invite here, copy link, /pin link to magma. Boop. There we go. Now it's pinned. Nope, that's it. There you go. So that's going. And now with that happening, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a cheeky, literally 10 minutes of just Googling of like, hey, can I do this via Twitch and or can I hide things via VOD visually? So just a cheeky Google, see how it's going that way and just see. And then if it turns out really positively, or at least neutral to positive, we'll move forward with watching some stuff. Or if it's very just like, only if you want to ruin your entire life, then, you know, we'll hold off on it. So we'll do that. But Magma is up if you want to doodle. Let's see here. It is, you know, Hell's Kitchen is fine. Is it like specific things? I wonder if it's specific things, because I've seen, the one that I've seen is Netflix stuff, and I've also seen, YouTube Smosh videos. It's on YouTube. So that's what I'm thinking. Is it just YouTube stuff is okay to watch on Twitch? We could just have like a part thing where we have things on YouTube being shown. You know? We could do it that way. Can you show YouTube videos on Twitch? Can you get a copyright strike? Over just playing a YouTube video while you stream. See, a couple streamers do this, and I don't believe they got in trouble for it, but again, using someone else's content without permission does get someone get in trouble. But it's been on the Patreon. Okay. Looks like it, like, you could get flagged. It's risky. Even if you see others doing it, doesn't mean they won't be getting hit later. Lots of streamers get muted VODs or even DMCA strikes. That's the thing. Where it's just like, I wonder... can I use my streams? You cannot stream other people's content unless you give permission for them to do so. Right. That's the thing, where it's like, okay, your VODs will be muted. Which I think is why I think the people who are doing it don't really have VODs or are fine with muted VODs for those particular ones, where it's just like, it's generally understood you're going to be watching something that's going to mute the VOD, right? Which is kind of fine. It won't be the whole VOD anyway. Yeah, right. Exactly. Which is why I'm like, okay, can you make specific what's the word I'm looking for? Sources, OBS sources, not show on VODs. Let's see, audio not play on VODs when it's played, blah, blah, blah. Similar to audio, once it's mixed, you can't unmix. Finish audio in a single representation of air pressure, blah, blah, blah. Can't get back when it's an overlay. But you can produce different streams simultaneously for different destinations. The most general way to do that is to have separate instance of OBS for each destination. Oh, what is this talking about? Make audio not play on VODs. I'm well aware of the feature to make your audio not play on VODs when it's played on a certain track, mainly used to play copyright music. Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to know that one. You could also do yourself, add like static or something over the actual video to make sure makes you more comfortable. That would just make the listening and watching experience more tedious, no? I think, because the way that I would kind of go about it would be something similar to the extent of like, hey, by the way, we watch this live, these episodes live on Twitch or whatever, but it's not transferred to the VOD. So I would like, all right, we're counting down for the first episode in 3, 2, 1, and then anyone who's watching the video could then like bring up the episode on their own and start at the same time we start. So when we react to it, they would like, it would be like that. I mean, like static on your intro screen TV. Gotcha. Yeah. As far as like the actual video, yeah. As far as the actual video, it would be very much like I would put something along the lines of removed for copyright purposes or something on there, but everything else is there. There's a different, that's like saying technically I didn't plagiarize it, I changed the first sentence. You know what I mean? But you are like another way that I would go about it was that I would, so if we were going to make this more of a consistent thing, the way I would go about it is like we would have a screen showing everyone drawing on magma. We would have a screen showing like what I'm working on, and then we would have like an old 90s like or a television screen of what we're watching, but we would have like put it through a visual and audio filter as if it's coming from an old television, and we would all be watching it here, like that kind of thing. I don't think it would be considered transformative enough to avoid copyright, because all it's doing is just throwing in some like audio stuff, but it wouldn't just be like a crisp video that we're just throwing up a source block on, which we are considering doing today. Gonna be so real. But that's the way that I would want to go about it if we wanted to make a more consistent thing. Let's see here. Mainly play for my case, I would like to have a visual indicator on screen that shows the current song playing, and have a cool waveform audio visualizer on my screen streams, but I don't want them showing in my VODs, as to avoid confusion when I post VODs or clips somewhere else. Is there any setting that I'm missing? Okay, no, this is kind of similar. Similar to audio, once it's mixed, you cannot mix it. You can produce different streams simultaneously. Most general way is to have a separate instance, blah, 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 and use all the OBS tools to produce each one, but depending on how they're different and how much you want to keep the same, it might work to do both in a single instance using the Source Record plugin. Source Record plugin. A plugin for OBS to add a filter that allows you to record a source. The main output goes to the live stream while the plugin records something else. It also helps to know that a scene can itself become a source in another scene, so you might build identical stuff once and then have different parallel paths. There are also plugins that send live media directly from one of the instances to OBS to another, might get around the exclusivity rule if you have one. Kind of what we're talking about, not quite what we were looking for. While streaming Twitch with OBS can include certain sources of local reporting. Sources from local reporting. Hello, Foxy. Welcome in, welcome in. My question, if it were possible while streaming to record locally, exclude specific sources. Currently, what I'm doing, Foxy, is seeing if there is any way to make certain sources in OBS be something that y'all see via the live stream, but isn't then made in the VOD, right? Or is it transferred to the VOD? It's how to separate the sources. Hold on. Well, because if I look at my settings, because I believe the output difference is like Twitch VOD track. Oh. I'm on PC, so it's fire. No. Well, Twitch VOD track. There's definitely a way to go about it, because here's the thing. There's the part where it's like, okay, it is definitely known that copyrighted music is played on Twitch, but on a separate track, but it doesn't go into it doesn't get into Twitch, right? Or it doesn't go into the VOD. So you don't have to worry about the mod being muted. You don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. It's just not there. But y'all still hear it live. And so that we can actually play some good music. We don't have to worry about it. And that's all fun and dandy, but we want to make sure that we knew how to do about it. So now we also want to see if there's a way to do that visually, so we can watch stuff, but it isn't put on VODs, and it's fine. Let's check out this one.
What is?
Let's see here. Skip. This is. Can you all hear this music video?
So when I want to play some music,
not music videos, but video,
it will go through completely separate. If you want a tutorial on that, check my last video. And I want to make sure that the only audio that goes through and lands on the VOD page will be the headset audio, the game audio, potentially my Discord. I basically don't want Spotify on there at all. So how do we do it? Well, if you're using OBS Studio, you want to go down and you want to hit settings. Once you're
okay, first things first, go to settings. Done.
In settings, you want to go to output. And you might find that you are on simple mode.
We're never on simple mode.
Switch that to advanced. And here you'll see Twitch VOD track. If you tick that and then leave it on its default, which is 2, you can change it to 3, 4, 5 or 6, whatever you want to do. It's going to basically make it so...
if you finally do that, you're finally going to reach to my music. I'll definitely listen to it on... I'm definitely more willing to listen to it on stream. Because the one time we did it, we got flagged on YouTube. And I was just like, well, shit. I know Foxy didn't do that on purpose. So YouTube's just doing it.
Only audio sources that are on track 2 are going to go to Twitch. Anything that's on track 1, like this, will be on stream. But
if this is how simple it is, I'm going to be actually angry. Okay, so... hold on, I gotta show y'all. I'm gonna assume that y'all haven't seen any of what this is. It's up to me, I'd allow it. I know, exactly. Alright, so I'm watching this video, right? I'm watching this video and it says, oh yeah, no, you select the 2 and then you check the VOD track and then only the things in 2 will be sent to VOD. I'm like, cool. That's awesome. I thought I did that. Let me show y'all what this is on mine. And I was like, guys, it's not working. I don't know why. Can you see it? It's not checked. I didn't check a box. What is this, damn game dev? What is with not checked boxes? That's fucking me. It happens every time. The bane of my existence is gonna be a checked box. Oh gosh, I am upset. I'm a little upset. I'm so real. I just tried to move this. I just tried to move this setting here because I thought it was my settings box that was still open. There it is. Nope.
Be on the box.
Why? Oh. Did I mess up? Yeah, I messed up. Oh man, look at this.
So we can apply that.
Thank you for the pets.
Next thing we're gonna want to do is make sure that the actual audio source.
Oh. All right. Get it. Oh. Look at all the pets. Mama Dodo gets all the pets.
Itself is on track 2. And how do we do that? Well, we can go to Edit, Advanced Audio
And then now you can set everything into track 2 so that gets transferred over, and everything that's not on track 2 won't get transferred over, which would be everything but our music. Okay. All right. So with that in mind comes the question. In this same settings in output, can we do the same thing for visual? And I'm not seeing a way that the Twitch track, we could choose like a visual otherwise. Yeah. I'm trying the new Chibi Style. Last one was meh. I mean, I liked your Chibi Style before. I really did. I also like this one though. This one's pretty tight. Sorry, it's not fully updating quite yet, but it's because I'm on a different thing.
Go to your audio mixer. You can right-click on any of them, find the audio track. So it's present on track. Redeem my chapter.
Track 1, not track 2. Yeah. Okay. So, Well, I have a question then. Because this is interesting. Right? What if we watch stuff, but the audio track for that stuff doesn't get transferred? Right? Because I don't think it gets visually flagged. I think it gets flagged via audio. So if we have the music, the copyright, the shows that we're watching be on a different one that doesn't get transferred to the VOD, similar to copyrighted music, the shows themselves wouldn't get flagged. Right? Am I understanding that correctly? Because there is a part of me that's just like, well, so let's take a slight step back. Just a slight step back. In the sense, and then we'll go to an ad break. Right now we're considering whether or not we could instead of should. So let's look at this. As far as just a thing that I am a leader of a community trying to get around copyright laws. Is this where I want to be at? Is this something that I want to be? I think I need to think about it. All right, let's go. Let's do a quick ad break. Feel free to join in on the magma. Draw, have a good time, and then I'll also pull up my art as well, and we'll get some art going, and then I'll decide if we're playing stuff in the background or not. All right, be right back. I'm still here, by the way. I'm just thinking. I'm just pondering. Because there's a lot of back and forth that could be into it. Because it's just like, am I putting my best foot forward? Is this something that I consider unethical? Is it something that, am I putting on a bad influence? Is this something that's actually absolutely ridiculous and I don't care about the, the way, is this fall under whose eye that is down there? Is that the Velocitwins eye? Yeah, I was gonna say they have a very unique style. I thought so. I was gonna say, like, it looked familiar. I was like, wait a minute. All right, let me go grab. I saw somebody have a similar problem with me, but they put the keyboard forward and then the drawing back. How does this work? Not enough room. Let's see. This definitely should be over here. And then we're gonna have you over on the right. I would just avoid using the paint bucket altogether, by the way. For the most part. I don't think it's a very smart paint bucket. Get that out of the way. Welcome back, by the way. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn off my Wi-Fi. Oh, by the way, for those that don't know this, Clip Studio Art is going through an anniversary sale. Not anniversary sale, their new version came out, which is coming with a 50% off sale on their, like, buying, like, a permanent, like a, what was it called? It's like persistent stuff, like perpetual persistence, something like that, aka you don't need to you buy it and then it's yours, right? It's on 50% off. So if you are considering Clip Studio Art or Studio Paint, it's a good time to, like, give it a shot, because I think, like, the 5.0 Pro version, which is what I use, I use Pro, is like $30 right now, and I'm currently on subscription, which means if I stop paying, it stops working, and that's $5 a month. So that's 6 months of pay so one, it would be 6 months of pay, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I mean, yeah. Funny enough, Ludo, I will say, probably my favorite, like, first of all these legs look good. Probably my favorite one was the first one you did. I was sitting here being like, oh man, that looks really good. And then you were like, not good enough. And I'm like, I thought it was pretty good. I don't know, man. All right, get this here. Yeah, but how are you with hands, Ludo? How are you with hands? In there. That is now in. Let's see. Make sure my Elgato is capturing well. So long ago, I forgot. All right, perfect. And then we go down here. Capture card. Boop. There we are. Boom. Done. You're a master of hands? Really? Well, well, well. I like your chibi style. It's very what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the name. Draw master hand. Me? Let's see. Be looking for a reference. Let's see here. Master hand. The master hand. Oh, gotcha. Look at reference for hands. You get to. I mean, unfortunately, master hand is a right hand, and I would draw with my right hand. You get what? You know what I mean? All right, let's see here. Let's see if I can. Oh, so this is already at 5.0. Not everything's different, but some things are different. Okay, so let's see. Gosh, I'm about to be really disappointed in myself. Hold on. Let's see. Oh! I did it all in one layer. Well, we're doing it this way, I guess. Also, I've gotten into modding Jurassic World Evolution 3, and WoW mounts are very easy to install. My first install that fixes the head shape of the Baryonyx. Hell yeah. Listen, if there's one thing I can always depend on, it's Dino Nerds saying this is not realistic. And I say dino nerds with like the utmost level of affection. I want y'all to know that. I was that way for a significant portion of time. God, that looks so bad. Oh. Get rid of all that. All of that. Dino nerds are my nemesis. Spinal drugs on Reddit. Yeah, like... Yeah, the... Spino nerds in the sense of, like, those that love dinosaurs so much that they want to see, like, representation. Anyone who goes after... See, those aren't Spino nerds. Those are dino snobs. Dino snobs can suck it. Let's see them do it, then. That's usually my response. My response to those people is just like, all right, let's see you do it. If you're gonna come at me for being quote unquote bad, then let's see you do better. Yeah, I didn't think so. Usually the people who are snobs don't have any talent in the thing that you're doing. So like, pay them no mind. Gonna do for mods is to drag the mod folder to the of the folder. Yeah, mods are pretty straightforward depending on what you're trying to mod. But I'm glad to hear that evolution is one of those moddable ones that are pretty good. Yeah, gatekeepers, your art is excellent. Exactly. I can't tell. I love modding. Good. My hand. It's so bad. I still have the skewing issue. For those that weren't here at the time, there was a period of time where I did like drawing practice, which, by the way, what I learned as far as drawing practice is what was it? You get a reference. Then you do your best to copy said like draw from reference. Draw from reference. And then you like overlap / correct. And then draw again. And then you just repeat that over and over and over again. So I have a skewing problem. So for whatever reason, I like to skew. Usually it's like crunched. So if I like took this and it was like give a little bit like that. No, actually, we'll do kind of like this, kind of like that. A little bit more this way. This one also is a bit of a problem. Free transform. Kind of like that. See? A lot better. And so like there's a crunch. There's like a weird crunch thing that my brain does to my art. Which I think I just need to keep practicing and eventually I'll get it will get out of it, but it's kind of like I see it but when I draw it, it's like weirdly skewed to the right. I don't know why. I really have no idea why. Oh, Foxy, oh, you know, oh yeah. I was gonna say, it's been a hot minute. It seems that you've gone more into the whole balls itch thing than the actual horseshoe crab bit, in which honestly I'm a little disappointed. Quick pose is nice to improve your anatomy. Did a lot of hand poses there. Oh, is that the one where my horseshoe itch? Honestly, I'm more of a fan of the horseshoe itching. That one's actually kind of funny. Because it's also one of those things like, what the hell are they, what are they talking about? And it's just like, you wouldn't get it. You have to be part of the stream to get this reference. But yeah, no, like, I understand anatomy. I know how the body works because I have a biology background. I learned anatomy. Like how the body works, how the muscles pull, and how the body moves, and how that shapes the body. That's fine. But like being able to take what I'm seeing and be able to duplicate that on paper, there's some skewing. There's some mental perspective skewing that I'm doing that I don't know why is happening. One of my anatomy problems was that I made everything too long, stomach especially. So you had a proportion issue. Which I guess is my issue. I guess what I have, the issue that I have currently is technically skewing. Or not skewing, proportion. Right? At least I believe so. Oh, there we go. Boom. Alright. Happy Ides of March? What's that? It's Ides of March after Pi Day? One of my anatomy problems was that I made everything too long. Yeah. All right, so honestly, your hand's pretty good. Your hand's pretty good, Piranha. I had a problem for a long time where the torsos I drew were always too short compared to the arms and legs. Ooh, I like to call them orangutan. Until I realized that I have an oddly short torso and was measuring against where my own elbows fall. Oh no. Does that mean my body's skewed? Uh-oh. Looks in the mirror. I'm like always shifting to the right. Oh no. As March is when Caesar got the London treatment. Oh. Got you. I thought they just made a salad out of it. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with y'all. I liked very elongated bodies too much. Wasn't a sane addiction. I feel like Scallion, I feel like you're the bodies that you also like long bodies. Am I wrong with that assumption? Mama Dodo the long way. My elbows fall at my hip bones instead of my waist. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. I guess it is a little bit longer. But I mean, everyone's body are a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like the human body has a lot of different variation. So I say, fucking go for it. If you like short, longer torsos, make them long. Who cares? I like chunky bodies more. You like chunky bodies more? Yeah, the Mama Dodo. But the things you draw, they all have abs. What do you mean chunky? I like them big. I like them chunky. I like them round. I like them funky. Anyway, what am I drawing? Anywho. Don't ignore me. Don't ignore me. Don't ignore the streamer. Don't ignore it. I'm just kidding. Cat got sick last night. No! Hopefully are they feeling better? Well, they feel better. Let's do... We already added that. the hell does this note for me mean? Look up landscapes with invisible hands? What the frick does that mean? Past ID list, what are you talking about? Why is my stream at 1.03 times speed? I don't know. Is your brain processing it slower? Because I think it's slower speeds up time. Faster is slowing down time. Yeah, I like my homunculuses to have blob bodies. I can send you a pic of my old art so you can see the problem if you want. Yeah, if you don't mind. I'd love to see people's progress because I have difficulty seeing my own. Really don't want to clean up, throw up, because I will. I mean, you kind of should. Oh, as in you will throw up. You will throw up if you see a throw up. Gotcha. Yeah, the movie I recommended you. Oh, really? Oh, that's the movie. Okay. All right. And I escape with invisible hands to speak. Okay. All right. I'm capitalizing this so I know it's a name of something. I was like, what would that even look like? What do you mean landscapes with invisible hands? It's invisible. Why would I look? Why? What? Is it just causing you problems? Like, what's the deal? All right, something tells me that this broke. There we go. Okay, good. Let's see here. I think what I'm gonna do is I kind of want to make the new ECRBs and knock those out real quick. Just added a mod that redesigns the hybrids, and I love the Spinoraptor redesign. It makes it look like a mini Spino. Ooh. What was the idea behind the redesign? ECRB. There you are. Goon! Let's go ahead and just change that real quick. We're just going to do this as example. There we go. Perfect. Boom. Done. Basically fix up the hybrid designs. Okay. Yeah, but like, what was wrong with the hybrid designs is the question. I watched the film about a murderer tire, Rubber. Yeah, Rubber was really funny. That was a journey. Tell you that much. All right, so first things first, we want toxic relationship. We don't want a toxic relationship, but we are gonna like new ECRB toxic relationship. Boop. I gave the Spino hybrids more accurate sails, bulked up some, fixed skull shapes, etc. Interesting. And I just find it interesting just because it's like it's definitely a fantasy as far as like who they look at the ones that are hybrids of different dinosaurs that couldn't possibly exist, and then they're like, that's inaccurate. That's why I'm wondering as far as like, okay, well, what specifically about it is inaccurate that you would want to fix up with it? Or would you made it more fantasy where it's like they didn't go far enough with the fantastical elements of having these things fused? A nice watch after Poor Things that I hated with a passion. Is the name of it Poor Things? Because it sounds depressing. Oh, you made it work, Scallion. Excellent. And Ludo, I'm loving your chibi. I'm getting like Valkyrie or Angel from it. Definitely. Well, obviously there's a halo. There's a halo idealist. There's a freaking halo. Of course it's divine. I was about to say, I'm getting divine energy from it. Don't know why. Because there's a halo on it. What do you mean? I guess the idea is the components to meld together better or more accurately reflect the base animals. I guess so. Yeah. Do you get cute aggression, Piranha? Do I have to be worried when I make the Mama Dodo plush? Toxic relationship. Let's see. Whoop. Toxic relationship. Perchance. Have y'all ever seen that video of the the written essay? I don't even know what it's about. But it's about this guy. This guy is talking about Mario and being a 1%er, and he just keeps saying the word perchance for no reason whatsoever. It's hilarious. It is one of the funniest videos. It reminds me of like the Sim patch notes video, which was also hilarious. If you haven't, I highly recommend. It's so funny. It's so good. It's so funny. I can't get over it. Where it's just like Mario is just killing turts all day. Teacher is like, stop saying that. Stop it. It doesn't. It's gross. Mario is just a 1%er. He's like, why are we saying this? Oh my god. The paper got an F, but I would have been on the ground. I would have been so funny. I bring this up because I remembered, but there's two Ray Bradbury stories that involve evil bacteria. What? Evil bacteria? I didn't realize bacteria had like morality. But you're a sad little square guy. Aww. Interesting you made the sad square guy red. Fascinating. I kind of like it. Fahrenheit 691? That's not what? Wait. That's not Fahrenheit. That's not Fahrenheit. What is that? I don't know that book. At least I don't think I do. Let's see. Nothing came up. Fahrenheit 451. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I thought I was losing my gourd. So it's Fever Dream and the Watchers. Fever. Okay. Okay. I'll keep an eye on them. Yeah, no, I was talking 451. Misread the title. Sorry. No, you're good. Your brain went into my brain as far as like we saw the same thing. We were like, both of us were like Fahrenheit 451, but it was a wild different. What to do with like? And I love the book, and I was just like, well, wait a minute, what is it? Where? Okay, let's see here. So, toxic relationships, I would say, I think, are... Why is that? Do I need to do this one? Yeah, I need this one. I kind of want... I just want two people yelling. But make it actually look like a head. The plot of The Watchers is basically God made animals, plants, and they're good by bacteria like evil entities. What a friend of the main character discovers this. Oh. Bacteria are the evil things? I mean, I guess. Oh, we should probably switch to art instead of just chilling. Hold on. Let me switch over. Boop. Art. Boom. I was working in the garden yesterday and I got a splinter in my finger. I feel it every time I type. In a world before penicillin, that might be true. Bacteria are assholes. No, bacteria are still assholes. Don't get me wrong. But you also have like a microbiome that's keeping you alive and well. So like, it's kind of like there are bad ones and there are good ones. I think the ones that actually kill its host when they want the host to be alive are just bad at their job. Because bacteria don't want you to die. They just want you to like sustain them. That's like saying like, oh, I eat so many apples that there's no more apples. Does that because I hate apples and I want apples to die? It's like, no. In fact, it's the opposite. I like to be an evil bacteria. I believe in you could be one, Ludo. I believe in you. But honestly, majorly freaked out if it was discovered that bacteria had the complexity of consciousness to be evil. I also would be a little bit concerned. Head empty? That's all right. One of the wonderful things about drawing is that you don't need to be thinking to draw. You can just let your hand do the work. Yeah, I was also thinking hypochondria, Ratty. I was also thinking that. Let's scale this up a bit. A little too much. Oh. Oh. There we go. And then we're just gonna do the easy way here. Copy. No copy? No copy? No copy, I guess. Ah, there we go. Copy. Paste. No! No! There we go. And then we flip. Horizontal. Nope. Wrong one. No. There we go. I let my hand draw blobs and I drew trust my brain unadulterated. Yeah, let's definitely not do that. Technically, that story is an example of an info hazard in media because once you discover the truth about bacteria, you get eaten. You're sending 1 billion evil bacteria to my enemy's house. Yeah, right. Ops you wouldn't have no ops anymore. Send me their address. I could be there tomorrow. Still kind of sick. It kind of is. Kind of is. I think what we're gonna do is that we're actually just gonna merge with lower layer. Here we go. And we're actually gonna have this be a little bit a little bit smaller. And then oh, why'd I do that? And then on this one, get a little bit of that. There we go. Now they have room to yell at each other. Yay! Yeah, I'm so excited for the new Digital Circus episode. Small fedora, that's funny. Yeah, is the small fedora their plasmids? Asking for a friend? There we are. Final question, have you ever played Slay the Princess? I have not, but it is one of those games that has been highly recommended to me. But, so, it is on my list of games to play, but I have not sat down and played it. Grabbing a peanut butter cracker. I think this makes sense. Toxic relationship. This could use a little bit of love though. Yeah, that's fine. Boom. I finally managed to draw women. Might delete it later. I'm so proud of you. Have you played Slay the Princess, Estrella? Listen, branching out and trying something new is important. It's important to get out of your comfort zone because you don't know what you're gonna like and or not like. All right, save as PNG. Well, let's do JPEG. Drive. Boop. And then now, same deal. I have. It's quite good. The narration is lovely. The storyline is essentially fun, horrifying, and intriguing. Exactly. And I've been trying to stay away from spoilers for the most part because it's kind of one of those games where once you know the answer to stuff, that's kind of the whole point. So it's definitely a game I'm willing to definitely try out. Also, here's some Cursed Dino lore. One of the earlier reconstructions of Cinetanosaurus interpreted the crest as looking rather phallic. That would be kind of funny, though. That would be kind of funny. The artwork's cool, too. Would definitely need some content warnings for body horror, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got those. Don't you worry. With the games that I've played, those were early. This is a abusive relationship warning. These came about, by the way, from playing Date Everything. So they were just like, hey, this is a toxic and abusive relationship here. And I'm like, oh, we should probably add those to our warnings. Exclamation mark spin command makes Mama Dodo spin in a circle, perhaps with a sound effect. A spin command. You would be good if we did the cat ooh-ee-ah-ee. You know what I mean? And then it was just like ooh-ee-ah-ee, and then it would just be like one spin. Just a single spin. Just ooh-ee-ah-ee, and then it would just stop. Okay. Let's add it. Let's add it. Stream ideas. Let's see here. Stream redeem. I should make mark spin. Are you okay with, instead of it being a command, it is a redeem? Because that, especially anything that's sound biteable, I worry about spam. Well, I'll think about it. Command or redeem. Because on one hand, I have like categories in my brain as far as what is able to be a command, able to be a redeem, or a bit reward, right? And the more it influences the stream, the higher the tier it needs to be. So like a command, like a single soundbite is fine, tween, our tween command that's been here forever with like the sound boom, right? That's something that's just kind of like there. Right, no, but do you know what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. It's coloring gold. I mean, it's just shiny metal. Egg. Yeah, or egg. But egg was also like a special thing, right? Egg was like a special thing that we did. Yeah. So like spin is like, okay, now it's gonna be flipping the actual person around. It's a little bit longer of a soundbite. It's like right in between a command and a redeem. Oh, and then a part of me is just like, well, what if it's spammable? And then I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, if it's spammable, that makes it better. Because it's like ooh-ee-ah-ee, and then it's just ooh-ee-ah-ee, ooh-ee-ah-ee, and it's just constantly spinning over and over again. That's just funny. That's good. So yeah, honestly, just keep working with gold. You'll get better with it. What about gold is so frustrating for you? Command to redeem, to spin Mama Dodo, and have the cat soundbite play. Boom. Put a limit. It would be kind of funny. Or a cooldown. What we could do is make it so that I mean, this could also be our attempt to make it so there are a couple of things that I want to make or have wanted to make, but I didn't move forward with because I didn't know how to do it, and that is to have StreamerBot recognize that a certain amount of time something has been played before. I want to do it with a petting Mama Dodo. I want to do it with like a handful of other things in the past. And this one, it could also be like, okay, cool, every time it's played, it increases the speed. That would be pretty funny. Oh, a hair? What if you gave him a mohawk? No wonder people want to go to Valhalla. Yeah, I don't know if you knew about the whole Valkyrie thing, but Valkyries are quite attractive. Always call her gold too muddy. I think, and you're free to disagree with me. The reason it looks muddy is because you're not willing to go bright enough with the highlights. I think if you're willing to really go a lot brighter with the highlights, it will really keep it from looking muddy. Smash, next question. Straight. Bald. 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 My eyes. This is abusive. Maybe I should just do abusive. No. Relationships. Let's see how small do I have to make this work? See, I think that looks better already. You're free. Let me know how you think. But I think, especially when it comes to metal in particular, is the refraction of metal cannot be underestimated, especially precious metals. Precious metals in particular. It really looks like piss now? Really? Go a little bit wider, yes, less yellow. I think you're making it more, what's the word I'm looking for? You're moving it closer to like a brighter gold when it probably should be closer to more like a white. Let me know if I'm backseating you, by the way. I really don't want to, or feel like that I am. I am just telling you as far as what I would do in your shoes. But sometimes, and a lot of times, that's not what is desired. It's kind of one of those things where it's just like, who asked? People used to think they could make gold out of piss if they ran through enough right reactions. That is true. That is true. Which is really funny, by the way. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're straight up gonna just... We're just gonna do that. Abusive warning. And I think I'm also gonna change this to toxic warning. There you go. Toxic. You know, I like advice. Mine is here, right? I'm taking a lot of places that are gonna resize it once done. Do whatever you want. If y'all want more space, I can just make a new file. I can just make a new thing to the right of it. I kind of like that hair. That hair's not bad. How should I actually continue the story with the sad red guy? Show him getting super swole at the gym. Like getting turned down was the best thing that ever happened to him. And also ride a dinosaur. also that. Drive. Let's put that there. I did the body too big for a chibi. Well, I think it's kind of like a chibi hybrid style. I've seen similar things where it's like the face and features are kind of chibi, but the like body is not chibi, right? So what you could do is do this one and then do another version of this that is like what is considered a more of a classic chibi style, if you so desired. Plus, it's a good way to experiment with when you try to chibiify something. What is the important factors of this character that gets transferred over and what gets left on the wayside, you know? Use a hydraulic press. That's really funny. Y'all remember that dude that said he turned like coal into gold when he was asked to demonstrate he drank? Oh, lead into gold. He drank acid? So like, did he then turn it into gold? Or did the acid make him like hallucinate and like almost die, and he's just like, see, I did it. Like, what was the he drank cyanide? Oh, so that seems a little excessive. One thing I will say is the only reason we know what cyanide tastes like is because someone wrote it down before they died. It tastes like nuts, by the way. But this is your, I don't want to say daily reminder, but just a reminder in general. Don't drink cyanide. Or really anything that would kill you. I kind of want to mess with this some more. Hold on. I'm making like 4 different versions of this. Yeah, I like this one too. Crap. Again, making 4 different versions of this. No, you're not gonna. Do not try it. Do not try it. Do not try! You know the crow from Billy and Mandy? Do not cry! Honestly, kind of scary. Him yelling at you from the television screen and being like, oh. Water can kill you. Should I not drink water? Not enough to kill you. But, you know, before that, sure. Pretty much any amount of cyanide if you drinking it is going to kill you. Like, let's be super real. If it's to the amount that you're quote-unquote drinking it, it's too much. Do y'all know what the most dangerous substance to consume is? If you don't know, it's like very surprising. Which one is... I need to... Boop. Air. What is disoxygenic acid? Which one's that one? More because of the way you said it, it makes me think like it's a normal fucking like applesauce or apple juice or something. And it's like, oh, I got you. It's apple juice. Lava. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend drinking lava either. However, oops. What I will say is that technically, water is lava, which is really funny. I find that little bit of information very amusing because technically, ice is a rock. Is it a rock or is it a crystal? I think it's a rock. I think ice is technically a rock, which makes water lava. Here we go. Back to drawing hands again. Didn't get enough the first time. Ice is a mineral. Thank you. Is this too triggering? Is this one a little too far? I feel like this is kind of on the line a bit. I'm like looking at this and I'm just like, there's a little part of me that's hesitant as this being a warning. Actually, it's not a bad hand either. I mean, it's not great, but it's, you know, what? No. Don't do that. Alright, I'll move forward for now, but if y'all could let me know if this ECRB is a bit, too far. That'd be great. Got that. Let's save it. Excuse me. Pardon moi. Not PNG. Actually, you know what? Do we want it as a JPEG instead of a PNG? One of the things that I've been really trying to figure out is, do we want to make just kind of rearranging how the stream looks as far as like playing games and stuff like that, so that the ECRBs feel like it's not just overlap, like hiding important things with the game. I think it's fair, but that's my opinion. No, I want y'all's opinion. It feels like it's close to the line. Oh, it needs. Oh, I'm dumb. No. Save as JPEG drive. It needs to be wireless in order for me to put it into the drive. I'm kinda stupid. I'm kinda dumb. And so I'm a good example of what's the terminology? I'm a good example of education doesn't equal intelligence. Just letting y'all know, because your boy has a master's degree in bioscience technology, and good all that did for me, tell you that much. It's really well done. I really like it. Honestly, you know what my favorite part is? For me, it's the hair. I have such difficulty with hair. I really love your coloring. I'm slowly learning how to color better. I grew up most of my life refusing to touch color. So, you know, who knows? What does it say? You want to go to the oh, okay. So it was like asking to the prom thing. Got you. All right. So we've done abusive and we've done toxic relationship. We need a spoiler tag. Should it just be S? Similar to like our M and our T. By the way, we're remaking our T. Funny enough, one of the things that I considered doing was for the ECRBs to have our own little Twitch widget. Is it called a widget? Anyway, Twitch little thing where we would have the symbols on the top left, and then on the right you could click it to see all the ECRBs as far as what they mean. Because if it's S, we don't know what that means. You know? Okay. So, it is time. Mama Dodo is telling us that it's time to recharge. So, by all means, we're going to go to an ad break. So, everyone get some water. Remember to stretch. Stretch. Stand up. Walk around a little bit if you haven't already. Go to the bathroom. Get some water. Get some food. Do what you need to do. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Be right back. I'm back. What happened, Prana? Dare I ask? Dare I ask? Just people? Spoiler. Perfect. I got sports betting ads. Oh. I mean, I understand why. I mean, I kind of understand. So when it comes to sports betting, I'm just not a fan. You know? Prana, what's going on over at work? Do you even want to talk about it, or do you just want to be like, actually, can we just talk about literally anything else? That'd be great. Because I could do both. Either or, really. What is this? What am I doing? Spoiler. This is the spoiler ECRB, because that needs to be very predominant of like, this is spoiler stuff. And then S. S for spoiler. Easy peasy. Kind of like that. Why is this S starting to look less and less like an S? There's a part of me that's just like, this stop. This is. It's like you say the word too many times, so now your brain is just like, well, it means something different now. And you're just like, I don't remember what word it was, but there was one word in particular that, like, I felt like I was losing my mind because it just didn't look right, and I couldn't get my brain to understand of like, hey, this is the word that we've always known. It's just like, no, I refuse. And the delivery driver, yes. Also the cashier. I just took a delivery order. Okay, the address doesn't exist despite asking him 3 times and then repeating that address. Oh no. That's oh my gosh. I like deer horns. I also like antlers. I'm a huge antlers guy. It's in like no small reason why I like the Wendigo so much. Very, very good. Very, very good. Not the word. Deer horns. Is deer horns? Oh, well, I said it. Well, so don't tell you, right? Oh no. It's a very long road, and all they had was a description of "I have a white truck." Bruh. Some people just assume that you're mind reader. You're like, you read minds. Horns technically have a keratin sheath over the bare bone where antlers are bone. Interesting. I didn't realize the keratin was kind of a sheath. Named 1/4 of all people with trucks. Right? I'm sorry. Dealing with problematic people, it's always doesn't matter what job you work at, it sucks. ECRB. ECRB. There we go. Narwhal? I think the narwhal is a horn. I could be wrong with that though. I don't think it's raw. I don't think it's raw bone. I think it does have a keratin sheath. Oh, tooth! Yeah. It's a tooth. Yes. Scallion Astral is correct. That is correct. It is a tooth, which is really funny. It's kind of like one of those weird things that kind of happen in nature, where they really take certain aspects of like the, you know, for the most part, most animals have the same kind of body plan. Like we all have spines and necks. Well, not kind of necks, like, and ribs and all, well, at least vertebrate animals, right? They kind of have like the same pieces, but then like certain ones either elongate or we have multiple of it. Snake is just they copy pasted the neck over 1,000 times. And so it's funny watching the animals that are just like, oh, what if we made the tooth a horn? Or what if we made the nose a hand? And it's like, where did you think of this? I got 3 hours searching for this mythical white truck. All right, best of luck out there, Piranha. I believe in you. Hopefully you find it really quickly. Gonna get cavities on their tooth? Well, cavities are weird. I guess if they were in an environment where bacteria growth would accumulate on the tusk. I wonder if captive elements also have issues with tusk cavities. Probably. I'd be willing. Cavities are more or less a fault of probably more of a diet slash environment issue than it is like a tooth issue. Like, cavities now are a problem mostly due to the fact of just the amount of sugar in our food. We have preventative measures in place, but we offset it. Me looking at my soda. Estrella is a well of science knowledge. This is true. Captive elephants would be more likely to be eating more sugary foods than wild ones. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Hell yeah. And we like learning. We like learning things. Hey Zelda, welcome in. How are you doing on this fine day? We're just doing some art. You're welcome to join us, either on Magma or your own. Hey, Barbaric, welcome in as well. How are you doing? We're just doing some art today. You're welcome to join us or do your work on your own projects, art or otherwise. But I hope you're having a good day. How bad can I make this foot, I wonder? I mean, if you're going the direction I think you're going, I still think it's pretty good. Ooh, is the foot like a hand? If so, that's kind of cool. Doing some research. Ooh, what are you doing research on? If you don't mind me asking. What is this? We're doing tryptophobia. Ooh, this is a tryptophobia warning. Fuck Magma Crash. No! Are you gonna be able to get back? Well, it looks like you're signed in, so I think it will be able to save for you. Okay, good. Just making sure. No one likes having their work, like, written off. Make it 7. Apparently the rope goes across the state. Oh, gosh. Well, put on a really good podcast. And just vibe and look, my guy. I guess you just try to make the most of it. Get those extra hours in. If you can get overtime for it. You know, looking into free online college courses. Ooh. What courses in particular? What are you thinking? Because I know Renicki, I think, is doing dentistry, if I remember correctly. And I love seeing, like, I myself have my master's in bioscience technology, and however, I wouldn't recommend people getting their master's unless A, they do it really cheaply, or B, they only do it in order to get up the ladder. In order to move up the next rung of the ladder, they need to have a master's degree. Only then. Because I got my master's degree because I wanted to stand out from other biology majors, and I thought that having a master's degree would also mean that I would get better pay, because I was led to that assumption by, you know, just generally looking around. And I found out that even after I got my master's, I was paid the exact same as people who got their bachelor's, and it essentially didn't really do anything for me. However, it's not her fault. But my partner at the time was getting her master's in sex and family therapy, and I didn't want to also have to deal with like a long distance relationship. Not deal with it. That gives a wrong impression. I didn't want more of a long distance relationship, because up to that point I graduated before her, so even though I visited often, we didn't live close. So I didn't want to continue doing that, so I also looked at the school to see if they have anything there that I would also want to get a degree in, and bioscience technology was also one of those. So then we went to school together, and we were actually pretty famous there, because we were an engaged couple going to the same school, and they were really excited about that. And then they warned us about how most relationships don't survive the couples and family therapy degree, and we were like, oh, we've been together for 8 years, it'll be fine. And then 3 months in, well, that's the end of that. I'm living like colleges right now, the basic courses, but I want to go into forensic science. Ah, that's awesome. Hell yeah, Zelda, that's so cool. Yeah, especially if you can get the courses, especially if it's accredited. If you can get like the basic stuff out of the way, that would save you so much money. That's smart. I like that. It's the parents that put the college diplomas under the tree. College doesn't exist. Well, I mean, nowadays, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where you just want to be able to meet the requirements in order to get the job that you want. That's pretty much the beginning and end of it. That's what I'm trying to do. Exactly. So that's smart. That's very smart. Tryptophobia. That's how you spell it, right? I ask as if people know. Trypnophobia. Okay, so trypanophobia. It's like you're tripping over a phobia. And a phobia. Trypanophobia. Yes. Boop. Boop. Oh. Tryptophobia. You're right. Trypanophobia is fear of needles. Well, do not save. Do not come. Yeah, tryptophobia. Not tripped. No phobia, but tryptophobia. No. It's trypophobia. There's no T. There's no T. It's just trypophobia. You're tripping over a phobia. Okay. Why are there so many that are like near each other? Why is that a thing? They're like so close. I'm gonna lurk now so I can focus on my research. Understandable. Enjoy your lurking. Enjoy your researching. Feel free to. I don't know how, in what way I can help, but besides just moral support. But you got this. No, I think tryptophobia is something else. So let's see if tryptophobia is anything. There is no tryptophobia. There's trypnophobia, which is fear of needles, and then trypophobia, which is fear of small holes. Which, by the way, I have trypophobia. But it's not like, it's a weird response, because I would have thought that it's like, oh, you're afraid of something. It's like, oh, it causes anxiety, it causes nervousness, like your body has the reaction before you have the ability to catch up with it or try to like logic your way out of it. But no, what this one is that it just makes me really want to throw up. It just immediately is just like, cool, you're gonna throw up now. And I'm like, why is that a reaction? Why is that a thing? That makes no sense. Why is that a thing? That sucks. How is that a defense? It's just like, oh, I'm so scared. Oh! It's like, no. It's just an immediate, just like, cool, you just are really grossed out right now. And so that's how trypophobia is for me. Oh God, get it off the screen. I'm gonna barf. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this without triggering myself? Oh gosh. I know what caused it. I didn't have it, and then I did. I know exactly what caused it. Do y'all know about the frogs that... Oops, sorry. Boop. There you go. Do y'all know about the frogs that give birth from their back? I watched a video of it, and it gave me trypophobia. They gave me trypophobia. I did not have issues with small holes before I saw that video, and I proceeded to have problems after that. It scarred me mentally. I've never been so scarred. I rolled a nat 1 on that wisdom save. I developed I developed a phobia from looking at an image. I'm just like, bruh, you can't be serious. It's that, that's just it. It just happens. And it's like, yeah, apparently it just can happen. Where you're just like, cool, you have a phobia now. Congrats. And I'm like, what? I need to go back and find it so I can be like, this video gave me trypophobia. I hope you're happy. My lawyer will be finding you, will be serving you soon. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Anyway, so this is gonna be difficult for me to draw because I'm gonna be triggering myself with this. It's not a phobia, but gangrene makes me very uncomfortable. Saw too many pictures of it. Yeah, I can see that. Trypophobia. Oh, nope. Trypophobia. Fear of small holes. Because the reason this came up is because there is a monster in content warning, which I really do enjoy the game. I really like it, but it is ahead of just a trypophobia warning. The head is just a warning. If a warning had a symbol, it would be that. Oh god. All right. I think the way I want to do this is that I'm gonna do kind of like this, kind of like that, and then, oh god. Guys, I can do this. I can do this. I'm not gonna get sick. I'm making the patterns too uniform. Oh gosh. Ooh. I'm making it too uniform. Where are the parts you think you can get, but it turns out you can't? All right. This one's a little too uniform. Let's put it over here. Not enough space there. It's weird analyzing like my own. Basically I know what parts look good. Oh god. I know what parts trigger it and what parts don't, so I know that it works. Specifically at the top left. The top left triggers it. Oh, okay. We're good. We're fine. Ooh. Again, this isn't a like I'm so scared. This is a I'm trying not to barf. Yeah. Am I trying to trigger it is the question. I think it's it's fine. Wouldn't be making the trigger warning trigger the people to warn. It would. But that's kind of the point. If the warning itself is triggering, then that means that like if it affects you, if there is an emotional, physical, or psychological response to the warning, then you probably shouldn't watch the video. Like that's the mentality. Which honestly, I need to kind of remember the abusive warning, and I said this might be too far. I think I have some things to mull through my brain. Go throw up. No, I could get through this. Especially this next part, because this next part's gonna suck. Okay, so now we're filling in the hole. And now we are doing... There's like something in the hole. No, that makes it look like it's Swiss cheese. That doesn't count. Okay. So we'll just do this. This also kind of makes it look like Swiss cheese. Kinda. Oh, okay. All right, there it is. Oh, this is a very unique this is a unique experience for me. Drawing something that I have visceral reactions to. Oh, I know what works and what doesn't. Damn. I kind of wish I had like a pulse tracker. You know what I mean? Again, not a fear response in the sense of like anxious, but just like I could feel the blood pressure going up. I also have trypophobia, but it's specifically with fleshy things. Ooh. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. Small one. The smaller it is, the worse it is. Okay, that's weird. This one is not good. Let's do like, yep, there it is. Okay. Woo. Woo. Yeah, that's true. That's it. Cool. Let's get this out of my sight. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh gosh. Alright, leave. Oh. Give me a moment. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh, because I don't really have any other phobias. Not really. I mean, I'm scared of like, there are other things that are like scary as far as like talking in front of people. That's really, or like really stressful. Like having an interview. That shit's like terrifying and I'm anxious about it, but it's not like a fear. It's not like a phobia. Those are two entirely different things. This is the only trypophobia, as far as I'm aware, is only like the real phobia that I have, where I'm just like, my body kind of betrays me, and I'm just like, why are you acting like this? We're in public. Oh, excuse me. My stomach is like upside down. Whew. Okay, well, you know, it's not the best way to lose weight, but I guess I could just trigger trypophobia whenever I get hungry. That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke. All right. Let's do. Oh, this is just the rated T one. That's purging. Yeah. Oh no, not in the sense of like barfing, in the sense of purging, but not wanting to eat. So don't worry, Scallion. It's not purging. It's starving. That's so much better, right? It's not. But I could see how that was interpreted not in the way that I intended. Yes, do not. And honestly, I shouldn't make light of food disorders, and I apologize for that. All right. Back to just know that. Get that trypophobia out of here. I tend to make light of things. But I know how that can. I utilize humor as a way to bring forth a difficult topic in a healthy way, but I know that's not the case for a lot of people. So I try not to do it often, especially in a public space. But I really do believe that humor is the key of processing things healthy, you know? Like, and it's not necessarily, I think people see it as like, oh, that's taking light of it, that's making fun of it. It's like, no. There's a difference between making fun of somebody for having it and then just making a joke of it in a way to properly process it and accept it and to like really just mull it over. And I think it's second only to art. I think comedy is second only to art when it comes to healthily processing traumas and issues that people have to day-to-day life. And I wish more and more people thought that way too. I think we take life a little too seriously. And by a little, I mean a lot. But I also don't like making people feel bad. So I tend to be on the side of caution rather than humor when it comes to that kind of stuff. But as far as making those kind of making jokes of things that are that are difficult to talk about, I'm a supporter of it, to be quite honest. I definitely approach a lot of uncomfortable topics with humor. Exactly. Ooh, are you okay, Scallion? Did I trigger your trypophobia? I thought it would only affected your fleshy things. Did I make it too fleshy? Ooh. Sorry, my stomach hasn't calmed down yet. I'm honestly really glad I didn't have like a big lunch earlier. That's my own issues. Gotcha. Well, I hope you feel better regardless. We want to remake the rated T. Because that's the thing. I like our rated T. I really do, because I like the how we have the list of frequent rants, cult-like tendencies, occasional horror, and brief chat insanity, you know? I like it. I really do. We made that since not this last September, but the September before that. Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons why I want to have our, for those that who aren't usually here in the beginning of the stream, when we are introducing stream, we have like a list of things of ECRBs and what they mean, etc. And like additional, and that's also kind of the reason also for like how I say making jokes about these kind of things. Like if I try to open this, will it just break stream? Let's see. This is a good test. All right, I'm about to open my editing software, so this might break stream. It may not even open, because it's usually pretty demanding on my computer. So 1 second. I want to show y'all what I'm talking about, in case you aren't here in the beginning and see how it looks. Oh, by the way, the editing software that I use is DaVinci Resolve, for those curious. Let's do, I think it's starting soon. All right, Mama Dota looks like she's not lagging. So, let me show y'all. Boop. This is my DaVinci Resolve, right? So, if I look at text boxes here, I have like different like text. But if we are to look at like, where is it? There's tabs, there's web fishing here, Here's no. How about one that actually gives us something? Idealist. How about that? Here it is. Right. So we have animal death, efficiency, falling, amygalophobia. So we have like usually it's like a maximum of 4. So like involves the deaths of animals. Animals may be cute or monstrous. These are not mutually exclusive. Basically, like some monsters are very. I find a lot of monsters like cute and adorable, and I want to pet it. I definitely fall under the stereotype of white person who wants to pet bear stereotype. Efficiency may become obsessed with numbers. Inefficiency may cause physical pain. May cause spontaneous Excel spreadsheets. Just very much of like the. Let's get one that's like has a little bit of mixture between the two. Especially if there's like a flash one. Body horror. Bodies may be changed or twisted. May take on a gooey texture. May make you feel better about your appearance. Just like little things. Where like instance of inside fluids becoming outside fluids. I like playing around with it. If I could find the flash one. Where's a good flash one? Rain World? Is that one? Arachnophobia may contain spider-like creatures. Spiders may or not be harmless. Best smart bet says the former. What about you? Yeah, here we go. Flash. Flash is like a very consistent one that we see in a lot of like epileptic seizures, right? Certain light patterns may cause epileptic seizures. So the first one is usually like a very appropriate response to the warning. And then epileptic seizures are often described as not a fun time and would not recommend. Like just that kind of humor with these that I really enjoy doing that the rated T, for example, also does. Hey, cute boy, welcome in. 19 months, over a year and a half. It's crazy. How are you doing on this fine day? Hopefully well. And don't worry if you just want to lurk and don't want to talk in chat. You don't have to. Hopefully you're enjoying your day regardless. And you're welcome to join us for doing some art if you so desire. Don't worry, there's not any kind of like you need to be good at drawing. Like you could just draw anything. You know I can't art at all. Yeah, but so can a lot of people who still draw in here. You won't. It's not. You don't need to be good at art. Well, by the way, Scallion, I really like the stripes on the arms and legs. I think that's a good choice. Yeah, you're always welcome. If you're free, even if it's just stick figures. But I will not pressure you if you do not want to. Save as this one's gonna be teen. This is my new teen one that was a little more consistent compared to everyone else. Oh, you did miss the me making a trypophobia warning while I myself have trypophobia, and it was it was an experience. It was honestly like eye-opening in the sense of just being like, okay, I know this isn't working because I'm not responding, and then I do a little something and then my stomach flips upside down and I'm just like, oh yep, there it is, we're on the right track. And I'm still kind of recovering. Whew. So whenever I open this, you're gonna hear me kind of react from that trypophobia. Every time I'm just gonna be like, huh? Boop. And then we're gonna go take this example and turn it into a teen warning. Teens, the scariest of people. Teen ECRB, and then boop. T. Oop, nope. T. T. Gosh, it looks weird. Whenever I make it even a little bit crooked, for whatever reason, it looks a little odd. But there we go. Rated T for teen. Maybe I should turn it to the left, similar to the other one. So like this. Yeah, I already have M being... Wait, what do I have M as, actually? M, I have it leaning left. T. I think that's smart. Yeah. We'll make it this one a consistent theme. I did S being the other way around. I don't know if I'm gonna have like a consistent theme as far as which direction means what thing, but for now, it's that. Let's see. Trypophobia. We actually learned how to spell trypophobia. That's, you know, pretty great. And I realized it wasn't trypnophobia that I've been saying my entire life. But hey, what's that? ESRB examples in a show. Because I want to see examples as far as like on the actual show itself. Well, it looks like ESRBs. So we do ECRBs, right? ESRBs already exist. These are the ones that are like determining what, like, the rating of a game, right? So that's not quite what I want to go for. I want to do like content warnings examples in the show, because I believe the actual ones on shows aren't called ECRB or ESRBs. I think they're called content warnings. Content warning: the following material for harmful, for traumatizing for some audiences. Blah blah blah. Right. Content warning. Symbols? Question mark. Oh, okay. Hold on. What's this? See, I'll show y'all real quick. Boop. Something here. Granted, I don't think this is Shutterstock, so probably nothing. Sensitive content. Okay. These are all different. I thought the different eye symbols meant something different. Boo. Oh, content. the game content warning. That's funny. Content warning letter examples, maybe? Oh, now they're just giving me like a letter to like an individual like company. Like an employee warning letter. No. That's not what I want. Don't give me that. I just want content warning like V for violence in other shit. Common examples include violence. Yeah, it's like V for violence, S for sex, icons for flashing lights, and text warnings, blah blah blah. Oh gosh, I'm not gonna turn off the ad blocker. It's not happening. Oh, you can get like the best content warning faces in the game content warning. Oh, these are all like not very like inspired. Television content warning rating system. PG, MA, unrated, not quite. Mature, See, I don't want... Oh, here we go. Consumer advice. Consumer advice is compulsory for all MA was 15 one-off programs. When a program carries consumer advice, appropriate abbreviations are displayed along with the classification symbol after each commercial break. Right. Like that's kind of the point that's what I'm leaning towards. Is that the sense of consumer advice is happening before we get started. And well, if that's the case, if it's before each commercial break, then we should also probably have it come up during ad breaks, like right before we get back on for the ad breaks. There's like, this is consumer advice. That'd be kind of funny. That'd be kind of funny. Now, if I could make it so that it would be automatic, whatever ECRBs that I choose would automatically be the ones that would show at the end of the ad break. That would be kind of... I wonder if I could link them in some way. I probably could. Maybe. In general, these abbreviations are as follows. A for adult themes. As in medical procedures, crude humor, and adult themes. Yeah, that checks out. B for violence. L for language. S for sex themes or references. H for horror. D for drug, and N for nudity. Well, I don't think you guys have to worry about an N one, because if it's enough that I would need to put a warning on it, I probably shouldn't be live streaming it on Twitch. So, there we go. For violence, course language associates the intensity or frequency is mentioned in front of the consumer advice. Interesting. That could be something that we could kind of dive into a little bit. Mild, stylized, some, frequent, or strong. We could come up with our own system, because I considered doing that with the arachnophobia mode. Or not a phobia mode, but arachnophobia warning, because there's so much difference between, like, a kinda sorta spider situation to, oh my god, that is just a giant spider. You know? And so I considered a kind of like level 1, level 2, level 3, where you would have like level 1 is like, there's a little bit of it. There's a little bit of it in there. It's kind of adjacent. As long as your phobia isn't too severe, you could probably be okay, or you might need to look away for like a little bit of moments. So like a good example of that is like probably like Rain World. There's some spider like creatures in there. But like, one, they don't really necessarily look like spiders. A lot of times when you see them, you barely even see them in the dark, let alone real life. They look more like centipedes. I would put more of a centipede warning than an arachnophobia warning on Rain World, honestly. But something like Grounded, when you are fighting giant wolf spiders, I would have level 3 arachnophobia on that. You know, so that's something to keep in mind, where it's like, should there be a little bit of a difference between each one, where it's like level 2, level 2, level 1, level 2, level 3, and then the picture gets more towards the thing. I also might be overcomplicating it. Because I think when I'm trying to think about like future stuff that I was like, okay, this game has, I don't know what this game has. Could also make a catch-all for bugs. We could make a catch-all for bugs. I've been using arachnophobia for bugs as like a catch-all. But you're right in the sense it's like that's not necessarily accurate. Or it's just like insects. Like just like bug-like creatures. There are insectoid forms of some kind. But I don't know, because some people are probably fine with bugs but not fine with spiders, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Something to think about. I don't think anything that we need to like dive into today. It's one of the reasons why I have this list that we're doing right now, is that whenever we come across something that we're like, hey, we should probably make an ECRB for this. Oh, right, vomit. We were talking about earlier. There's been a couple times, especially with, is it Zoophobia? Is that the name of it? Why am I blanking on the damn game? You throw up a lot in the game. And I'm just like, every single time it happens, I'm like, I should really make a vomit ECRB, and then I just forget because I get distracted. But first things first, I'm gonna get distracted. Consumer advice, that's the name of it. So consumer advice on TV examples. Psychosis, thank you. Advice. No, this isn't it. Content rating. Consumer advice, let's do content rating. Labels? Why is this so difficult? Just give me the damn thing. Why is this so hard? I just want to see what it looks like on the damn TV. This isn't rocket science. Like, damn. Let's see. Content advisory. Let's do content advise. Labels on TV examples. Oh, well, now that we've moved in the direction of just saying viewer discretion is advised, the laziest way of going about, like, we don't want to deal with it. Why would we do this? It just goes directly to, like, just why PG, MA, and I'm like, no. I want, like, VSL, D, whatever. I want that whole spiel, and I want to see what it looks like on the screen. Or is it? Is it on the screen? Have I been doing it wrong this entire time? And also, if it's let's go down the rabbit hole. If it's not on the screen, would I want to then not do that? And I think the answer is I would still want to do it on screen, because people come in at any point whatsoever. But it's the same with, like, TV, which is why it would be crazy if it wasn't the case. But it could be that it's just between commercial breaks, and that's enough. Consumer advisory labels, content warning on TV show. Really? Nothing? Let's do our consumer advisory labels on screen during show. Yeah, viewer discretion is advised. Every single one of the Why is this so hard? Had to hop out to travel. Did I miss anything? Just me losing my gourd. Were you here when I was having to draw trypophobia while I have trypophobia? Because that happened. Right now, I'm trying to look at an example of, like, I want to see what it looks like on a show when they have the warnings. And it's like pulling teeth. I mean like I'm talking about like the shows that they right. And I'm fine with general ones. But what I'm looking for is specifically like if a show has S for sex, an N for nudity, or a V for violence, is it on during the show? Or is it only on during the this following program contains like these following things, and then they just never mention it during, like it's not anywhere on the screen. It's on during some breaks and at the start. Got you. But like the actual symbols themselves aren't on the screen. Okay. All right. So we're in a unique situation then. Again, we're at a crossroads. We can do the thing that they've done, which is to make it so that it's a between. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Warning, viewer discretion is advised. That's the lazy way out. All right, you can just do whatever you want. That is true. That is true. I can just do whatever I want. But the problem is that I was using this as like a reference, and then I'm learning that the reference that I was thinking didn't exist. Or at least if it does exist, it's really difficult to find. So, because I like the ECRBs and where it is, but the issue lies in the fact is it hiding too much? Especially if it gets to the level of having like 5 or 6 of these things. Because some games are like, there's a lot of warnings. I forget which one it was. It wasn't Repo, was it? There's definitely one of them that I had that I was just like, yeah, no, it has blood, it has gore, it has death, it has it has flashing, it has sounds, it has jump scares, and it has all these other stuff. And so a part of me was just like, this seems like a lot up on the top there. Hello, Ludo, welcome back. So a part of me was just like, okay, let's see how they went about doing just like a handful of them. See how much, like maybe had more opacity than what I currently have. So they allowed some of it more to come through, so it would take up less. It would be less distracting. Not distracting, but it wouldn't hide as much. But I'm having difficulty finding examples. I also think it works better for TV to just be able to do it via commercials, because commercials for television, if I recall correctly, is a commercial break every 15 minutes. What's the average? Average time for TV to have a commercial. I think it's 15. Oh gosh, 12 to 7. Hold on. No, I'm not going to lean off of the AI nonsense. Isn't there a thing where it's like minus AI? Oh, perfect. Minus AI works. Yeah. So 22 minutes long, which will, oh god, is it really? Every 30 minutes of show, every 30 minutes, 22 minutes of that is the show, and then 8 minutes is commercials. That means if we did something similar, by the way, every hour would have 16 minutes of commercials. Oh no, what happened, Ludo? Hopefully, everyone, you're okay. At least a good amount of people are okay, hopefully. Yes. Why did commercials take so long? Cable nets generally 12 to 17 minutes per hour of commercials. Usually around 15, and then you have some bumpers and such. Okay. Which makes sense why you would just put it between the commercial breaks, because they do it so often. Oh, I'm sorry, Ludo. I'm sorry about that. Were you able to vote? Yeah, I can relate. I can relate to that, Ludo. I can relate to that feeling. Just do your best and find a healthy way to process it. That's my recommendation, because that's my current journey, is finding a healthy way to process everything. And that's through art. It's through this. It's chasing my dreams. It's pretty. I wouldn't say throw. I should not say throw my master's degree in the trash. That is not true. But no, too young. But I read the program and damn, there was some good options. Yeah. Well, by the next election, you'll be able to, hopefully, be able to vote, and you'll be able to throw your ballot in. All I can say is that I'm sorry that you are that you're dealing with it. It's not a good feeling. All right. I guess, speaking of ad breaks, are you all ready for your 8-minute ad break? Can you imagine? Can you imagine 8 minutes of ads every 30 minutes? My God. Yeah, no. Well, enjoy your 3 minutes of mandatory ones for every hour. See y'all in a bit. Yeah, it seems to be about 1/4. From what I'm gathering, when it comes to ad breaks, a 1/4 of the time. That means 1 minute of ads for every 4 minutes of content. When you have that, you wouldn't need to put up ESRBs or whatever you call it, like content warnings, on screen of the show. Because if you watch at least, like, I want to say if it's 8 minutes for every 30 minutes, then it's a 4-minute commercial break every 15 minutes. Which is wild. Yeah, you wouldn't need to put it on there. So, with accepting that, how would we want to change it? Or do we want to change it at all? Is it something that I could have it be clickable? Is that a thing? Maybe that could be a Twitch extension. Twitch extension clickable. This is not gonna be what I think it's gonna be. Create a clickable area in my stream that will link to a thing. Here we go. Is it possible to an overlay extension could be written that contains a link? For example, there is extensions that promote affiliate sales. Off-site linking elements must have visible indicators signify that it will take the user off-site. On your TTV channel, the only thing you can actually provide is that stream. Any pop-ups or links on screen that are put there by Twitch or a partner company. Panels would be your best bet. Twitch extensions, clickable images. Here we go. Advertising-based content is against... This isn't advertising. This is just information. Extensions may not display any advertising or sponsored content. I know we have it better here than in the US. I'm sorry I stopped you about this. I'm just pretty disappointed. Ludo, you are, your feelings are valid. Know that you do not need to apologize for, you know, venting your frustrations on the matter. I think that it's very human to be disappointed in your fellow man when they're going in the direction you would rather them not go down. I think that's very real, especially today's day and age. So you don't need to apologize. And just because someone is having it worse doesn't mean that your feelings are invalid or that you shouldn't feel a certain way. Someone will always have it worse, regardless of what it is that you're doing. Yeah, also it doesn't mean you can't, it doesn't suck for you too. Exactly. Like, yeah, it's rough in the US right now. It really, really is. But there are places that are worse off than the US too, currently. So it's just kind of one of those things where we're all trying to deal with it in our own way. And what's important is your safety and your happiness on the matter. You know? And everyone has different answers to that. How did you get the difference in color on that tail? Hold up. The way you do like the color shifting, Ludo, with the tail on the angel, the Valkyrie, blows my mind, because I haven't been able to figure out how to do that in a way that looks natural. Slight side note. But for me, my frustrations are probably going to come out via art. It takes a while usually for the processing to finish, but usually it comes out with art. So as a fellow artist, don't be surprised if your art kind of starts going in that direction as your frustrations grow. I think it's one of the reasons why the Renaissance had so much art pieces, in my opinion. Well, there was like a saying that Renaissance is rebellion or something like that. It's interesting. It was an interesting perspective that helped me get to a much healthier mentality. I just zoom and pick an in-between color pixel. Same I do on Procreate. Okay, so you do both ends first, and then you slowly meet in the middle. Okay, that actually makes it a lot better, because I usually am just like, okay, cool. I do it where I try to make the progress before I get to the two colors at the end of the spectrum. But now that you put it that way, I'm like, why did I do it like that? You know the best way for me to achieve my panel overlay that is clickable images or even a panel? How can it be technically possible but against the rules? Let's see here. Twitch extensions. I'm just looking at Twitch extensions to see if there is something that I have or that is available that would be equivalent to that I could utilize the ECRBs to be more of. I want to add the list of things where it's like, what does this symbol mean? And or partake. Basically what we get in the in-betweens for the ad breaks. I was gonna say, how often would it need to be where it only shows up on the in-betweens during ad breaks, where that would feel like that's enough of an exposure so that people would be fine with it? But I think it's closer to television, aka like a fourth of the time would have to be ad breaks. But no, I'm not doing that. Exclusive time, crowd control, stream minigames, Say it live. Request certain bits from your viewers to activate TTS. Suggestion box, dynamic follow buttons. No, none of these. Let's just look at Twitch extensions. Let's just look. No, that's the documentation. Twitch extensions. Just go to the extension. Okay, fine. We'll just open it up a whole different thing. Let's just open a whole different thing. Streaming tools. Here we go. Extensions. New and noteworthy. Task list. Stream prints. Shitter. Let viewers play minigame. Lost glitches. Oh, exploring decks. That would be good for like a trading card one. Sketchly, an interactive overlay that recreates the familiar point of sale signature screen. What? With a custom hand-drawn signature with a palette of colors. Oh, you can have like your own little signature. I have seen like click map stuff where like it interacts with y'all being able to click on your screen can transfer over to my stream, which is really cool. I have some ideas that we can move forward with that with. Upcoming streams, the schedule, stats and trackers. It might be stats and trackers. No. Viewer engagement. I don't think any of these would work. Yeah, I would have to look more into it. Or we would have to make our own, which is a whole other thing. It's like, idealist, you're doing it again. You're adding more on your plate and you haven't even finished your food. Yeah. So I think for now we'll keep it as it is. I don't think it's too much room at it, like being put in. I think the biggest thing that what we might do would be the closest thing for it is if we move in the direction of adding a classic version of like a VTuber border. Yeah, good job. You did great. That's very good. I like it. Is that a motorcycle helmet on her right? Our left? Because if so, that's pretty good. I like it. Yeah. And I honestly, Scallion, if you're still here too, astronaut helmet. Oh, okay. I knew it was some kind of helmet. I'm really liking the people as well, Scallion. I like where you're like, I gotta give them clothes, and you're like, maybe not. Space Ranger. Oh. I think you did really well with the feet. I think it turned out really well. Don't erase, gotta give him clothes while I'm drinking water. You almost made me spit it out. That was really funny. You're like, never mind. I don't need to go close. Never mind. I don't need to do it. Listen, sometimes you need a little bit of time. The pattern is showing better. That's the thing. Oh, let me check. Oh, okay. I kind of see what you mean. I kind of see what you mean with the torso. You're right. I do like her though. Oh my god. That's such a good gun. What the fuck? I can't draw guns worth shit. I don't know if it's just a straight line issue or what. Hot damn. You do machines that well? I cannot do machines at all. My brain is all, it's all about the animal and the organic kind of deal. I can do organic all day, any day. I can do organic animal all day, any day. But as soon as you ask me to do robot, my brain's just like, you got a reference? Still. Let me see the Piranha one that he sent me. Oh. Have I seen this guy before? I need to check him out. I have a feeling I might have seen him before. Anyway. Let's see. So we have the ECRBs done, from what I can tell. Oh, no, we're not. We have one more. One more that I wrote down. And that is a vomit ECRB. Ignore that. Every single time I see the trypophobia, my stomach does a little flip. Vomit. There we are. And then this is a vomit warning. Let's get a little bit more room. There you go. A lot of horror games do with the vomit. I think it's more of like a, oh, it's gross, horror, gross, horror. But at the same time, I'm like, ugh. It's like, I don't want to be sick to my stomach. I want to be unnerved. I want to have issues. Of course you draw Am. Of course you would. Are you uncomfortable by the plant thing with a bunch of holes for seeds? Not really. At least if I'm picturing it correctly. But I will say, like, I think the fungus one is probably more triggering than the plant with unless you're referring to the fungus as a plant. I'm too much of a biologist to refer a fungus to a plant. I'm way too into the biology of it all to be like, yeah, that's a plant. I would never refer to a fungus as a plant. I'll close. Reference of the community drawing tab. And oh. Community drawing tab. Lotus seed capsules? Oh, is that what it's called? Lotus seed? Let me look it up. What do you mean by community drawing tab? Lotus seed capsules. Oh, let's see. The Inhumans are Scallion, and then the Angel / Chibi is Ludo. And then the top right is Foxy. Your brush has stopped working? No! Let's see here. Lotus seed capsules. Oh, yep, that triggers it. Ooh! Yeah, no, that did it. Those do trigger it. Oh yeah, Ludo drew Am. Listen, we're all fans of Am, okay? We just are. If you like post-apocalyptic dark fantasy, which hopefully is the vibe that I give off, then you're gonna like that whole story. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it, and you're gonna do it. For I am. Alright, I'm gonna do... How do I want to do this? I'm gonna do this where... Listen to the audiobook by the author. So good. Ooh, I need to listen to the audiobook. That would probably go super hard. I apologize if this stuff is kind of triggering for you, but... Does that even look like vomit? You're my god for knowing it. A little far. Oh gosh. Wait, what game? Wait, what game? Did they make a game? Or AM? So we need to play it. I feel like... Put it in for my finals. I was so happy. Ooh. Yeah, I have no on my Scream game. Oh! Shit. I think I need to check it out. Well, I did not know that. I knew that there were animations. I knew that there was audiobooks. I know, of course, was the actual story in of itself. I know that there were essays, etc. But I didn't realize that there was a game. That's really cool. Things taken out of context for 200, Alex. The hate speech is really good. Out of context is crazy sentence. Oh, that's funny. Oh. Y'all looking at Am as like a role model. He's like Rick Sanchez being a role model for some people, and it's like that kind of defeats the purpose of the entire story. Yeah, I think this works. May I say hate monologue next time? Right. Well, hate monologue also doesn't... I think if anything, capitalizing hate would help. You're fine, Ludo. It was just really funny. It was just really funny. It came off a particular way. It was just like, oh man, that guy's hate speech was super great. And it was just like, I know that's not what you meant, but it's still very funny to me. Sci-fi, have you ever listened to The Mechanisms? No! What is The Mechanisms? That sounds interesting, to say the least. Okay, I made a shirt that has a hate monologue on the back, like IRL. Okay, that's pretty cool. Y'all, all of you have like a... I didn't realize how much of a Venn diagram my community has with hate enjoyers. It's gonna fly right over my head too if you didn't point out the dodo, man. I mean, what can I say? You're welcome. What can I say? But you're welcome. They mix classical mythology stories and space sci-fi. Ooh, interesting. The Mechanisms, huh? Let me put that. Let's do this one. Mechanisms. Oh, so they're a band. Interesting. Okay. They seem like cool people. Should absolutely at least look up their Frankenstein. All right. Frankenstein lyrics. Okay, cool. I have it up. Gosh, I still remember where I was just like, oh, I'm not really big into musicals, so I'm not going to listen to Epic. And then eventually it just, like, I saw an animatic of it, and I'm just like, let's give it a shot. And then, specifically, do you know which Epic one got me? Do you want to take a guess? Which musical number hooked my ass? And I was just like, wait, actually, this might be actually pretty goated. And then proceeded to marathon the entire way. You drew every word? Scallion, that's goated as hell. That's awesome. For me, what hooked me was the Cyclops. The Cyclops in Epic the Musical is what hooked me onto Epic, the Epic Musical. That one scene, and I saw like an animation or animatic of it, and I was like, well, we should probably check out the rest of it. This actually turned out really well. It was very funny. If you hear me munching, I apologize. I am eating peanut butter crackers. If you listen to the Bifront incident, you don't look up the storyline before listening to the album. You need to experience it. Okay. Okay. Is this also by the same people? The Mechanisms? I'm assuming. Because I plan to go in blind. Like, the whole thing. Peanut butter with, that is sandwiched around... crackers that are sandwiched around peanut butter. Yeah, also by the Mechanisms. Gotcha. Alright. See, this is another one of the reasons why I have tab problems, guys. You have really good recommendations, and then I pull up a tab so I can look it up later. And then it just accumulates. Might have a Spotify playlist that puts all their songs in a general order. Oh, you know, just a kind of order. It's just what vibes, you know, not anything specific, right? While we're on ECRBs, do y'all want to have any other specific ECRBs that we haven't done so far? Because we could do a couple more before the end of the day today. If you use clear tabs, you're going to be disappointed, because a lot of these are stuff that we opened today that I want to keep up, so I'm not going to close it. A programmer dodo man, just make a to-do list less tabs. A to-do list program? What's a to-do list program that isn't just my notepad that I just list shit? It's on there. By the way, Excel, exactly. Excel as well. Oh, make new warnings. Cool. I already had that down here. You want to know something funny? Look. This is my stream notes, where I keep track of all the stuff that I need to do for stream. Look at it. There's stuff in here that is so old. This is the one-shot outfit that we made like over a year ago. Donald Blackett ribbon for that one. DVD logo. Oh gosh. and then like sound redeems. Like this has like, here are the current dino blanket redeems that we still need to do. Gosh, so that's my to-do list. There's a difference between to-do lists and things that y'all recommend that I want to check out. No, go back. I saw Ankylosaurus. Where did you see Ankylosaurus? No, oh yeah, that was that's pumpkin. What you saw was pumpkin. Here, I'll show you again. Boop. Ankylosaurus baby named Pumpkin. Ratty is the parent. I specifically stated that Ratty is the parent so that I would not forget. Follow, age, redeem, we've already done. So like a lot of these things I've done, I just haven't checked off the list yet. Because again, I don't know what is wrong with my brain. Probably ADHD or some weird form of it. And I don't get dopamine for checking things off lists. Similar to I don't get dopamine for cleaning. I get zero feeling of reward when I clean. It sucks. I wish I felt good. It felt good to clean. That I was just like, oh, I like cleaning. Everything looks super good. And it's, oh God, I'm just like, it's a bother. It's such a bother. Even when I have like something interesting to listen to, it's just like, I do not care. I want to get it done as soon as possible. And I can barely tell what's clean and what's not clean. It's a whole thing. Clothes for Sharkboard, no clothes for Freakish Deer Creature. I mean, deers don't wear clothes, so that feels on par. Okay, I made the my peakest peak, the piece so far. Yeah. Statement so hateful, even his gang clowned him. That's funny. The fact that you were able to draw emoticons is crazy, Ludo. Sharks don't wear clothes either, but okay. I mean, says you. I don't know if you know my man Jeff from Marvel Rivals, but that boy got clothes sometimes. I need to buy the Inmam's book. Gotta make a shrine for it. Wait, I imagine they come in different forms now, right? Yeah, I bet it's expensive. You could make your own custom version of it, right? Like make it leather bound and make it all fancy and shit. That'd be pretty cool. Not gonna lie, I'm a huge fan of people who do like really special ways of representing books. I got money I'm paying to study comp sci, no worries. You say that. Well, best of luck getting into the field. From what I hear, it's quite difficult. I don't get dopamine from a lot of things. I also don't get dopamine from a lot of things. The best thing that I can say that is like is just finding specific kinds of things that work well with how my brain likes things to be, and that turns out to be Excel. It really likes Excel. It finds it very nice. I don't understand it. I don't know. It's why I hate tests where you have to wait for the results, because all I get... oh yeah, no, I had... I don't know if I told this on stream before. I actually took a test anxiety test, which is really funny, in middle school. And the second highest person, I think, was 60 on the test anxiety test. And I got 147. So they were like, oh yeah, no, your brain does not work with tests. It just stops functioning. And I'm like, I'm well aware it stops functioning. No worries though, man. I have it all figured out. We're gonna work in banks. That shit is in the highest demand. Ooh, you know what, Geese? Never mind. You got it. You got your, Excellent. I like your way you're thinking. Also, I got 105% in my English class. How did you get that 0.5%? Was it extra credit? But yeah, no, like that checks out. You Excel. Had to do an Excel thing, top 3 worst moments of your life. See, but that's okay. Well, what program works for you, Ludo? What feels good for you to use? Obviously not Excel. What feels good? Yeah, the average age for a Cabal dev is 60. They're gonna die out real soon. I was gonna say, what do I need to learn? So, Keys, you know, let me know. Let me know. What do I need to know in order to get into that? Is it like, does YouTube Academy help with this at all, or is this kind of one of those things that if I go in and say, hey, I made my own computer, will they be like, oh my god, please, here's all the money in the world? Because apparently the people that I worked with in a scientific lab were also just like, cool, you're a new IT person because you can build a computer, which is totally not the same thing. Oh gosh, one of those Excel speedrun things. Oh god, I would fail that so hard. I'm not fast with it. It hurts my very eyes to look at Excel sheet. Paper maybe? Okay. So no computer programs feel good for you to use? The white. Chemistry, I fucking love Chem. Yeah, chemistry's solid. Have you taken organic chem yet? I was real good with organic chem. Because a lot of organic chemistry is just knowing how the chemicals interact with each other in 3D space. And I was able to essentially utilize that in my brain really well. It was just like mentally putting Legos together. It was fun. I liked it a lot. I actually got, if I remember correctly, which is really funny, this is a bit of a brag. I got in organic chem, at least in when I took it in school, the final for that is a national exam that you're then like graded based on how well you do on a national level. And I got top 10% on that test. Granted, what I will say is I think a good about that is lucky, because about half those questions I definitely guessed. I definitely guessed half those questions. And I just guessed correctly. Some do, but when they have very few buttons. Got you. Do you just get overwhelmed by like all the options? So like Blender. Is Blender like a nightmare for you? I loved Kim, though I'd never work with it. I faked way too much results in lab. That, I would like to say that's not super common, but it probably is. Okay, was fun. I like drawing hexagons. Yeah, you better learn how to like hexagons if you're doing OChem. I generally detest math, but it scratches the itch so well. Yeah, my brain is very wired for math. Damn, I don't have any place on this chat. My chemistry grades are lower than the coefficient. No, listen. That just means you've put your stats in a different skill tree. You know what I mean? I refuse to even open Blender. Well, I'll have you know, I've opened Blender. I don't want to brag, but I have it installed on my computer. I may or may not be working with it in order to work on stuff, and that may be part of spoiler day. Maybe or may not be. I have to run though. Chemistry's really quickly because our terms are 6 weeks. Ooh, that's so much. That's so fast. Blender is a nightmare in itself. Not to brag, but I made a donut in Blender. So, see, from what I understand, so does literally anyone who's actually trying to do 3D stuff. From what I've heard that people hiring is like, for the love of God, do not send me your donut. I have seen enough donuts to fill an entire library. Please do not send us donuts. We do not want to see your donuts. It's okay. I did Spider. I did a Spider, a Blender, and then I was working on a robot. I was working on getting a certification in Blender because I wanted to show potential future job opportunities that I at least, like, I didn't go to school, but I have certifications so that I can show them what it is that I make. and it was pretty good. But that was also like 4 years ago. Actually, closer to like 5 years. Oh God, like 5 years ago. So I have forgotten everything. I'm a philosophy, language, art student exclusively. I wanted to get a degree in philosophy. I had so much fun with it. It was so good. But yeah, you're definitely in the more creative aspect. See, I consider myself very much in the middle. I think most people are like close to the middle, of course, but in the sense of like, I need creativity in my life. I need to express it more. And for most of my life was creatively starved. And this journey that I'm on now has helped me go into the direction that I want to be. But like science and math and chemistry and all that kind of stuff, that was also like, I loved that shit. So good. So you're a specialist. I'm more of a generalist. So basically when people are learning about moles and mole conversion near the end of their terms, we're done way before them. That's crazy. I had fun in philosophy minus when the teacher was glazing. Who was that one? I don't know that one. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce it. It's gonna be wrong. You know what? Okay, fine. For y'all, I'll try. Nietzsche? Am I close? Doesn't sound like I was. Not to brag, but mine glaze marks. Ooh. Oh. Well. Nihilism. Yeah. But no, philosophy I think is super important. I think it's definitely something that if more people were well versed in, I think it would probably be better off. We really was just like, hey. But I think philosophers kind of fall in the niche of historians. You know what I mean? Where it's just kind of like you're just watching the rest of... Hold on. You got flagged! I'm allowing it. That's funny. Ho gave me a bad grade because I wrote on the paper she was wrong and then proceeded to write a whole paragraph on how I was wrong. It was the only thing that was marked on my paper too. Yeah. I feel like philosophy teachers are there for being a stand for somebody. At the very least, have a situation where y'all argue back and forth. And then, depending on how well you've thought out your arguments, grade you according to how well you argued versus, or discussed, versus like just, oh, you think differently than me? Leave. Also, a philosophy teacher that grades you badly for thinking different is like a weird oxymoron. Gotta take psychology and forensic science. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Psychology, I almost dual majored in psychology. So good. Especially abnormal science. Ooh, abnormal psychology is so goated. I'm the biggest hater. Would have gone to the director's office. Do I even want to know what this guy has been saying? Or is it just better that I don't know? All I know is that there was in my class, the bathroom and the exits were. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it sounds to me you're just survival mode. Just sweet philosophy teacher, love them. Well, I mean, that's also part of the reasons probably why you like philosophy so much. Teachers make or break, like, the desire to learn. Which is why I try to do my best to make sure that I support y'all in all the things that y'all want to learn. I was going to say nothing pains my heart more, but it pains my heart when I hear about the current situation it is for the education system, at least in the US, and how far behind the kids are in schools as far as literacy and all that stuff. So I hope at the very least y'all are doing okay on that side of stuff. And if not, I'm definitely willing to help you in any way I can. You know what I mean? Because it's bad. And forks in the tires of the car is crazy. Got a shirt with his face on it with a quote on it. Big fan of wearing it with hot pink sweatpants. That's funny. She came to school by bus. The same one as mine. I couldn't, sadly. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't want to do the bus because then you're gonna have some like other people who get drawn into it. Forks in the eyes. God damn. I need Fletcher from Whiplash to teach me how to become the greatest. Whiplash. Why does that sound so familiar? There's definitely where have I heard Whiplash? Whiplash. Oh, yeah. I know who it is. Are you rushing or are you dragging clip? Yeah. I have not watched that movie. I feel like I would just be anxious the entire movie. I don't I would feel so stressed. So much. That kind of pressure, dude. I can't. Kenji is great. I think that's the majority of why I like him so much. Yeah, teachers make or break. It does. Yeah, it is Sunday. It is actually Sunday. Doomed Yaoi. Oh my gosh, doomed Yaoi or Yuri is just such a funny concept to me. So good. Spring break goes soon. We definitely warmed up to it. Yeah, when it comes to, I remember taking the ABO quiz, and that was one of the questions. Is like, what's your favorite archetype? I think Friends to Lovers is what I chose, even though there really wasn't anything on there that I was like, I'm a fan of this. But that is the one I chose. Face with no yaoi at the end of the. Listen, Naruto did so much damage to to society as a whole. We expect yaoi now. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with it, but the damage has been done. I'm getting my ears pierced over spring break. Hell yeah, Scallion. Both ears? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? I will say, I think a lot of times where it's just like, oh, they don't get together because they're same sex. I think that's a coward's way out. I'm like, you know they're gay, you coward. They're not. They're quote unquote roommates. Like that one Ratatouille food critique, I won't eat anything if it doesn't have yaoi. Game of Thrones killed me on the inside. Did Game of Thrones not? I thought Game of Thrones had Yuri or yaoi. Yuri. I thought they had that. No? Both ears improbable. Both ears, probable lobe, because it's my first piercings. I'm dragging a friend with you. Well, I'm glad you're going with somebody to like help you through it and make sure that everything goes, appropriately. That's good. Well, hell yeah. I would love to see it if you're willing to share. You don't have to do anything like identifying, but like, just, is there any earpiece that's caught your eye that you want to, like, is like more studs, or is there like something with like something on it or some kind of design? Well, anything has yaoi or yuri, Dodo man. You just have to look it up on AO3. I'll keep that in mind. Look me in the eyes and tell me Marjorie and Sansa aren't the goal couple. Hold on, I need to look them up. It's been a hot minute. Marjorie, Game of Thrones. Okay, yeah, definitely Marjorie. And then Sansa. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. I'm with you on that one. 100%. I'm 100% backing you. I was like, which one's Sansa? Which one's Marjorie? My grandmother gave me all her jewelry, and I really want to wear some pieces. Oh, I think it'll mostly just studs. Maybe a spider earring. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty goated. Well, yeah, go for it. Are you kind of like testing the waters with this and then get like more piercings later on, or are you like fine for what's going on right now? Okay, I made myself cry over this, right? What, the Yuri that wasn't? Maybe. All right. Well, awesome. Either way, like, as long as you're safe, as long as you're doing it in a safe manner, you can do whatever you want with your body. As long as you're happy and you're safe and you're not hurting people. That's really kind of like the beginning and end of it. And piercings and tattoos is one of those things where it's kind of like self-expression that I will always support. Are you kidding me? I think I'm gay enough to pull it off. Even if you weren't. Listen, straight guys getting piercings. It looks good. It's a solid get. I was told for a long time that I should get a piercing. I have really good ears for it. And I've considered it. I really have. I've considered it. I don't really have the drive for it right now, but I thought about it. And it's certainly not something where I'm like, oh, it's not about whether or not you can pull it off. It's just whether or not you want it. You can pull off anything as long as you have the confidence for it. Game insane control over your body. I salute you for that. The two sides of the brain. I have two sides. One angry, one sad. I'm definitely going to Claire's to get my piercings. Oh, no, please. I have unhealthy attachment to Marjorie's character. Marjorie's character is one of my faves. I can see why. She was great. She's my husband who died at war. That's really funny. Oh, gosh. Oh. Healthy side of asbestos along with my piercings? Yeah, right. You want to take that coin toss as far as how they properly, what's the word? Keep it sterile? Sterilize the tools? I shouldn't say that. I don't know if Claire's is bad at it or not. What do I know? I don't have any piercings. I know the only one that I know that actively is getting piercings recently does it herself, so it's not. I can't even really ask her really what it is. I'll thank you for the pet, Scallion. One of these days we'll have we'll have Mama Dota be able to respond to pets, and it's going to be adorable. And all of your channel points are probably going to go into that. And it's going to be super fun. And it's going to be great. Random Mama Dodo! Let's go! The Lighthouse one, I'm going to be so real. It's really unfortunate that the Lighthouse VOD, like, my sound was bad. I love gambling. There should be the sound of like, oh, dang it, whenever we do that. There should be some kind of sound for the redeem. I should probably start doing that. Honestly, I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down where, add sounds to change costume redeem. Honestly, I should add sounds to every redeem. Period. But once, little steps at a time. Oh, I thought that was also random. I thought the random led to gambling, and I'm like, oh my god. I think this one turned out with the way that we do the dark on the, like the screen reflects on the thing. This did pretty good. I like it. Claire's is notorious for not being good and Tennessee for having piercings infected. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, at least we know, right? Bit too much. I am banned from gambling by my homie. He also banned me from chugging 8 energy drinks. It sounds like your homie is a homie. I'm kind of on your homie side right now. Remember, I strictly didn't do like what I wanted to do for the gambling stream or the Gamba stream for the Clover Pit, specifically because I thought it was too gamble-like involved. Okay, well that's good. Alrighty, it is slowly time to start switching over. Let's see if anyone is out and about. Shadow. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna run to the restroom and then we'll start closing out. Y'all finish catching up, kissing your homies. Be right back. All right, I'm back. What did I miss? What got flagged? My God. Now I'm not having to rush. Sorry about that. I was like, I need to go to the bathroom. I can hold it until we leave. And then my bladder was like, you didn't say the magic word. And I was like, I need to go. I need to go. So now we can relax. So with heart failure? Oh gosh. Why are you saying that? Hold on. The heart is a muscle, and just like all muscles, you gotta train it until failure. By the way, I don't think you're supposed to train it. You're not supposed to train your muscles until failure. As far as I believe that's the case. I think that was what I was told. No, maybe it was though until it hurts, not until failure. Go together on some. Shit, no, we got socks on. I'm allowing that. That's funny. Okay. So, what are y'all feeling? Are y'all feeling Horizon Zero Dawn? I have a friend who's playing that. We have Shadow, who stops by often, who's working on some game dev stuff. Or do you guys want to go to look at, try to find like a cool artist on the art tag? What are we feeling? What are we liking right now? As far as the next, or do you want me to just let you go? That's also an option. That's also fine. Any of those sound about good? I say leave it up to the Wheel of Names. The Wheel of Names. You're truly like Gamba coded right now. All right, let's look at art then. Let's look at art. If it's Wheel of Names, let's look at art. Inky Witchy sounds pretty cool. Oh, there's also hold on. Let's look. Here we go. Be surprised, Dodo Man. I've already made a multiple decision based on a coin flip. I believe it. So we have a handful of options here. Some really good ones. I don't necessarily want to do someone like super like big, just because I want to give smaller viewers more of a chance. I kind of like the chicken one, the chicken guy here. Inky Wichi looks pretty good. Forklift certified, that's pretty funny. I wonder if they're actually forklift certified. Let's do Inky Witchy. I want to ask if she's actually, if they're actually forklift certified. So we'll do that. All right. So we're gonna go and raid someone in the art. Let's hold on before we go. I want to make sure that it's not immediately gonna get hit by ads. Oh, they're. Good thing I checked. They are currently in a loading screen. There are people who I think they were just raided, and then they were like, "Hey, by the way, she's not here right now. She'll be right back." So let's give that a shot. Let's look at the chicken one real quick.
Tell us a bit about it.
Tell us your lore. Michi!
Let's do chicken. Let's do chicken. It's very cute. Alright. Hold on. Chat rules. Please don't spam. Best to keep on topic. Do not beg for free art. Thanks. Okay, cool. They seem pretty chill. So let's art raffle chickens and kittens. That's what the name of it. So we'll do them. Apple pie. Boop. Oops. / raid. Hot apple pie. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful having you. A wonderful time. It was a great Sunday chill day, as always, with art and funs and laughs. And we laughed, we cried, we yelled, we screamed, we went to the bathroom. Not necessarily in that order. And what's the question? Have you watched Buffy? No. And with that, I will run away for being judged not watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I'll see y'all on Tuesday. And okay, fine. I'll go watch it eventually, maybe. Maybe. Perhaps. I'll think about it. Or tomorrow if you're subbed for Spoiler Day. And if not, Tuesday for Game Dev. So have a wonderful weekend, a wonderful start of your week, and I will see y'all next time. Stick around for the raid. Bye-bye!